Chapter 852. Xiao Yarrow said calmly, Fairy Ling, since you want it, you can only get it through the auction house. Do you think that you can get it in advance because of your high status? It's a taboo for an auction house to hand it over to an outsider without the owner's permission. Fairy Ling, as the owner of the greatest auction house, you must have forgotten this. In fact, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was so happy that he couldn't even put into words. Fairy Ling stared at Xiao Yarrow for a long while before she stood up and said, Thank you, Palace Master Xiao. Fairy Ling grabbed the VIP card on the table and left with an unsightly look on her face. The Great Appraiser and 1,000 Hands Old Xian quickly followed her. They lowered their heads and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After they left the Red Blood Palace, the Great Appraiser hesitantly asked, Fairy Ling, it's just an elixir, and our Tianyar auction house won't be affected by it. So, why is Fairy Ling so obsessed with the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? He didn't understand, as the heart-refining mortal dust liquid could really bring them away to make a fortune, but it was just a drop in the bucket for the Tianyar auction house. So, why did Fairy Ling come here in person? I don't care about this way to make a fortune, but how did this person get the extinct heartbroken zither grass? It has already been extinct since ancient times, and it doesn't exist in this world. I just want a living heartbroken zither grass. I'm trying to make a mysterious elixir, and I lack this material. If I can find the person who made it, I'll be able to get the material. It was obvious that this mysterious elixir was very precious to her. The Great Appraiser suddenly understood. I will go and inquire about the identity of the person who consigned this elixir for sale. Fairy Ling nodded. Okay, but don't alarm this person. He's probably just in charge of consigning it for sale, and the person who made the elixir is another expert. Understood, the Great Appraiser replied. Moreover, Fairy Ling glanced at the trembling 1,000 Hands Old Xian, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Moreover, we need to clean up the appraisers, and we should fire those unqualified mediocre people. The Great Appraiser's heart shuddered, and he looked at 1,000 Hands Old Xian. His fate had already been decided. Fairy Ling had lost all her face, so, how could she not be angry? Understood. The Great Appraiser cupped his hands at her. In the Red Blood Palace's auction house, Xiao Yarrow's eyes flickered as he watched him leave. Elder son, you too must maintain close contact with Su Yuxian. Also, dispatch the auction house's experts to protect him in secret. Don't let anything happen to him. Now, Su Yuxian was the only clue to contact the mysterious expert. If he was killed by someone with ulterior motives, it would be over. After Su Yu left the Red Blood Palace, he rushed toward the Tonglin elixir store. This trip had taken much longer than expected, a full day. It was time to go back. He returned to the outer city and arrived at the street where he was. Su Yu raised his brows from afar. The Tonglin elixir store had been destroyed by someone. All the pills had been snatched away, and the counters were all smashed. Qing Liu's face was covered in blood, and he was dragging a martial artist who was moving an alchemy furnace. Little bastard, you still haven't eaten enough punches, right? Get lost. The cultivator had a ferocious expression. He bared his teeth and kicked Qing Liu's abdomen, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Qing Liu could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. He clutched his abdomen and rolled on the ground, clearly in great pain. Bah! You want to obstruct me with such meager power? He then covered his mouth and spat disdainfully. It's your shopkeeper's fault for daring to offend our 3 murders gang. He's just courting death. He chuckled evilly and was about to turn around to leave. However, when he turned around, a ghost-like person appeared in front of him. This person had no aura at all, and he was caught off guard. Ah! The martial artist let out a sharp cry. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but curse angrily. Are you blind? Su Yu wore a calm look as he replied, Yes, I'm the blind shopkeeper you spoke of. I obviously don't have eyes. The martial artist was startled, but he soon revealed a hideous smile. You unexpectedly dared to come out. I assumed that you would hide like a cowardly tortoise and not dare to show yourself. It's good that you came here, as I will take you to see our gang master. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on Su Yu's shoulder. He had a level 4 fairy realm cultivation, so dealing with Suyu would be easy. However, before his hand could touch Suyu, a golden light flickered on his wrist, and his whole hand fell off. Just after that, a heart-wrenching pain transmitted over. "Ah! My hand! My hand!" His hand was unexpectedly cut off, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. His voice came to an abrupt end, as his head was also cut off, and it fell to the ground. As a golden light flickered, a small golden sword went back into Suyu's sleeves. Suyu disregarded the blood on the ground and the frightened gazes of the onlookers as he went into the store and surveyed the surroundings. Shock appeared in Qing Liu's eyes. The person killed by Suyu was one of the Three Murders Gang's top 10 martial artists, who were all extremely vicious and evil. In the outer city, everyone was afraid of him, and there were many people who hated him. However, because of his powerful cultivation, no one dared to speak out against him. He had never expected that he would die in such a way, and he had even been killed by his own shopkeeper. Since he could instantly kill a level 4 fairy realm expert, then how powerful was he? Suyu waved his sleeves and sent a wisp of vital energy into Qing Liu's body to quickly heal his injuries. Qing Liu's pain was instantly reduced by more than half, and his injuries also started healing at a shocking speed. His heart shivered, and he quickly stood up. "Shopkeeper Su, I'm useless, and I didn't manage the store well. Please punish me." Suyu's expression was still calm. "Okay. Tell me what happened first." He had only been gone for a single day, yet the store had already been destroyed by someone. It was Qinzi. Hatred appeared in Qing Liu's eyes. After he was crippled by the shopkeeper, he asked for help from the Three Murders Gang, and it was him who brought the Three Murders Gang's people to destroy the store. He even stole all of the elixirs in the store. In the end, even Ying Luan was captured by them. Suyu's expression became ice-cold. Ying Luan was also captured. Suyu didn't care about ordinary elixirs, so it wouldn't matter if he stole them. However, Ying Luan was his shopkeeper. It was done by the Three Murders Gang's deputy master. He captured Ying Luan and demanded that the shopkeeper bring 1,000 crystals to redeem her. Otherwise, he would let her be killed by the Three Murders Gang's members. Qing Liu spoke angrily. Killing intent flickered in Suyu's eyes. The Three Murders Gang didn't come here to take revenge for Qin Ziyi. After all, how could a crippled person, whose cultivation was low, deserve the Three Murders Gang's revenge? They must have heard from Qin Ziyi that the new shopkeeper was quite wealthy, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him. When Qing Liu discerned that Suyu intended to kill him, he said hurriedly, "Shopkeeper, please calm down. Please contact the Red Blood Palace's headquarters and send someone to negotiate with the Three Murders Gang. The Three Murders Gang has many members, and it has many experts." He then added, "The Deputy Master, who is ranked second, has a level 9 fairy's power, while the Great Master is rumored to have reached the Divine Master realm. Moreover, they are quite familiar with the outer city's terrain, so there aren't any factions that can exterminate them. The Red Blood Palace tried to exterminate them in the past, but it ended in failure, and they even lost a Divine Master expert." He then added, "After this incident, the matter was left unsettled. As long as they don't cause trouble in the inner city, no one will care about them. The Three Murders Gang has already become the outer city's ruler, and no other dark faction can survive here, as they have all been devoured by it." He then added, "Shopkeeper, you mustn't meet them alone, as they won't keep their promise. They will probably kill you and snatch your spatial ring. Since ancient times, even a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. In the outer city, the Three Murders Gang was the local snake, and even factions like the Red Blood Palace couldn't deal with them." Suyu nodded. "Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry about the shop for now. Just look for a safe place to hide. I will quickly come back." Swoosh. Suyu asked about the Three Murders Gang's headquarters before he soared into the air and left. After half a cup of tea's time had passed, he reached the outer city's central region. There was a dilapidated arena there, and it was quite deserted. If one looked at it from above, they could clearly see that there were many people guarding it. There were at least several thousand people there. The arena was located in an open area, so the invaders could be clearly seen. Su Yu was slightly surprised by this. Wouldn't it be difficult for one to escape if one was surrounded by people in such a place? Why were so many factions unable to exterminate them? Su Yu's eyes flickered, while a faint silver light flickered in them. The whole arena became three-dimensional in Su Yu's eyes, and he could see the situation inside with just a single glance. After he observed it, Su Yu suddenly understood what was going on. The area beneath the arena had already been completely emptied. There were many complicated tunnels, which spread in all directions. As long as one could hide in them, then no matter how many soldiers there were on the ground, they wouldn't be able to encircle them. After a rough count, Su Yu found that there were more than 100 tunnels, which could accommodate more than 1,000 people. It was no wonder that they had failed so many times. If they did not know the details of the underground, it would have been useless no matter how many times they attacked. However, it was a pity that they had run into Su Yu. Su Yu immediately started looking for Ying Luan. With his transparent eyes, he would be able to find her no matter how well she hid herself. After a short while, Su Yu discovered Ying Luan's existence. She was hidden in an underground cage, and there were several other people with her. It seemed like they were also hostages captured by the Three Murders Gang. The Three Murders Gang's business is really extensive, as they are able to make such a great profit without any capital. Su Yu sneered coldly. If they hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have bothered to attack them. But, since they had run into his hands, he would surely dispose of them. Su Yu swept the other hostages one by one to ascertain whether there was an ambush among them. Suddenly, Su Yu's gaze locked onto one of the hostages. She had a short and thin stature, and she was wearing a purple-black pleated long skirt. Her face was tender and adorable, and she seemed like a porcelain doll. She had a pair of big, round, and bright eyes, which were quite clear, as if she didn't know anything about the world. However, if one observed her carefully, he would discover that a crafty glint flickered in her eyes from time to time. Su Yu was startled by this. Gongsun Wuxia. He thought that he had misjudged her, but after he observed her carefully, he ascertained that she was the little demoness. How is this possible? Isn't she in the sanctum? Why is she in Tianya City, and why was she captured by the Three Murders Gang? Su Yu was startled. However, Su Yu quickly shook his head. After all, it was only the little demoness who tricked others, and it was impossible for her to be tricked by others. This was especially the case at this moment, when the little demoness revealed a harmless and sweet face. Su Yu was sure that she was plotting something. After Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, he decided that he wasn't in a hurry to save her. With the little demoness' abilities, if she wanted to escape, she would have done so long ago. Hence, he guessed that she was probably plotting something. Moreover, Ying Luan was safe for the time being, so he didn't need to worry about her. Chapter 853. Several hours passed, and the Three Murders Gang's members entered the secret room one after another. They had the newest hostages write letters to their families. The last one was Gongsun Wuxia's turn. She seemed to have just entered not long ago. "Uncle, please let me go." Tears streamed down Gongsun Wuxia's face, and she looked as innocent and pitiful as a little lamb. The person who came in was a middle-aged man in his early 20s. He looked Gongsun Wuxia up and down, and a lustful look appeared in his eyes. Gongsun Wuxia was born beautiful and adorable. She was a beauty in the making, and coupled with her pitiful and delicate appearance, it made her even more lovable. "Little beauty, give uncle a kiss and I'll let you go. How about it?" The middle-aged man smiled evilly and reached out to touch her smooth white face. Gongsun Wuxia shrank back and cried out in fear, "Uncle, don't. My family has a lot of money, and I can give you as much as you want." The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "This little girl's family is rich, but can they be richer than our Three Murders Gang? As long as you listen to uncle, I'll let you go immediately." There were many people in the gang who were interested in this sweet and lovely little girl. Half a day ago, this little girl had gotten lost in the outer city, and a member of the gang had discovered her. He had deceived her and brought her to the Three Murders Gang. He had imprisoned her and planned to sell her for a good price. Such a pure and lovely beautiful girl was worth a lot of money. Gongsun Wuxia cried and said, "My family runs an auction, and we are very rich." "Auction?" The middle-aged man was shocked. He retracted his hand and licked his lips. His eyes flashed with excitement. Auction? Which auction? Tianya auction house. Gongsun Wuxie cried. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Tianya auction house? You aren't lying? When Gongsun Wuxie saw that she could be saved, she immediately took off the pendant on her neck and handed it to him. This is my keepsake, and as long as you bring it to the Tianya auction house, they will be able to verify my identity. As long as you don't harm me, the Tianya auction house will give you as many crystals as you want. The middle-aged man grabbed the pendant. The pendant was fiery red, and it looked like a fiery red bird. It contained traces of flame power. Hiss, fire essence jade. The middle-aged man gasped. This pendant was surprisingly refined from the extremely precious fire essence jade. Fire essence jade was born from extremely hot flames. This fire was usually not a reverse fire, but a terrifying fire that had been burning for hundreds of years. Even an all-creations expert would not dare to enter this kind of flame easily. The fire essence jade was a peerless jade essence that was formed after hundreds of years of tempering in such terrifying flames. The fire marrow inside was liquid and also the essence of fire. A single drop was worth 1,000,000 crystal stones. Within the fire essence jade, one could see with the naked eye that there was a drop of jade essence rolling within. Just this pendant alone was worth 1,000,000 crystals. The middle-aged man simply couldn't believe that the little girl in front of him possessed such a heaven-defying treasure. When he looked at Gongsun Wuxie again, it was as if he was looking at a crystal mine, and his eyes shone brightly. He knew what kind of reward he would receive if he presented this item to the faction leader. Although he really wanted to keep the fire chalcedony for himself, he understood that if he really did that, he would definitely not be able to escape the three murders gang's pursuit. Hence, the wise man decided to present this item to the faction leader in exchange for trust and rewards. Perhaps he could even be promoted. He left the dungeon excitedly and rushed toward the faction leader's location through the complicated tunnels. The bitter Gongsun Wuxie stopped crying, and a smug and sly smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Humph! He took the bait so easily. It's really not challenging at all. In the dungeon, before the shocked gazes of the hostages, Gongsun Wuxie wiped away her tears and threw her 2 braids behind her head. She clasped her hands behind her back, raised her head, and kicked open the dungeon's door. The people behind her couldn't help but be shocked. Then, their faces lit up with joy, and they all wanted to rush out. However, after Gongsun Wuxie went out, she closed the door again and rolled her eyes at them. What's the rush? Wait until I take the faction leader's head and complete the task, then I will let you out. If you come out now, you will only alert the enemy. As she spoke, she clapped her hands and quickly followed behind the middle-aged man, walking back and forth in the complicated underground tunnels. After 5 minutes, the middle-aged man cautiously arrived in front of an inconspicuous and ordinary stone cave. This stone cave was no different from the cave where the ordinary members lived. However, the middle-aged man was extremely respectful, and he stood respectfully in front of the stone door. Faction leader, I have an important matter to discuss with you. After waiting for a moment, the stone door opened silently, and a cold snort transmitted from inside. I told you, don't call me faction leader so casually. The middle-aged man was a yes man, and he didn't dare to move. He didn't think much of it, and he thought that his faction leader was too cautious. He was so cautious even in his own territory. Come in, the person inside said. The middle-aged man entered, and the stone door immediately closed tightly. No one knew that the famous faction leader of the Three Murders gang was actually staying in such an ordinary secret room. If this person hadn't led the way, who would have thought that he would be here? After a short while, a petite figure appeared nearby stealthily. She wore a sly smile on her small mouth. Humph, humph, humph. It turns out that you were hiding here. It took me a long time to find you. In the room, a man shrouded in black light sat on a stone bed, and he seemed to be cultivating some powerful demonic technique. Why are you looking for me? The man shrouded in black light was the Three Murders gang's faction leader, and he was an extremely mysterious expert. In the past, when a Red Blood Palace's divine master had led a group of people to kill him, He had managed to kill that divine master's expert. The middle-aged man trembled with fear as he spoke. Faction leader, we found a member of the Tianya auction house among the hostages, and after I learned about it, I immediately came to report it to you. A member of the Tianya auction house? Why did they bring their people here? The faction leader furrowed his brows. This faction's background is quite mysterious, and I would rather provoke the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace than provoke it. So, what kind of identity did they capture? If it's just an ordinary person, we should just let him go. There's no need to offend the great faction behind the Tianya auction house for a small ransom. If it was an ordinary member, they wouldn't be able to extort a large amount of ransom, and they would easily offend this mysterious faction. Cold sweat seeped out of the middle-aged man's forehead. Does the faction leader mean that he doesn't want to become enemies with the Tianya auction house? He realized that he had probably overreached himself. After hesitating for a while, the middle-aged man took out the fire essence jade pendant and said gravely, "Faction leader, please make a decision. This is the keepsake we found on that member's body. She claims that the Tianya auction house belongs to her family." The faction leader rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the fire essence jade pendant. As he examined it carefully, his expression became grave, and his pupils contracted. "It can't be wrong. This is Fairy Ling's keepsake from the Tianya auction house. Who did you capture and bring here?" Anger and killing intent appeared in the faction leader's eyes. "You are just a bunch of fools. You have all committed a grave mistake." Fear and wariness could be heard in his voice. It was as if he was afraid of the Tianya auction house. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and said, "I don't know either. It was a gang member who deceived her and brought her here." The faction leader was infuriated. "You are just a bunch of good-for-nothings who can't do anything right. If you captured an ordinary member and let her go, we can avoid trouble, and the Tianya auction house won't make trouble for us just for an ordinary member. But, since she has Fairy Ling's keepsake, she must be an important member. Even if we let her go now, the Tianya auction house won't let this matter go." A wisp of killing intent appeared on his face as he asked, "Where is she?" Since the matter had already reached this point, he couldn't let her go, and the only way to avoid trouble was to kill her. As long as the Tianya auction house didn't know that she was killed by the Three Murders gang, they wouldn't get into any trouble. When the faction leader's voice just echoed, the middle-aged man suddenly fell on the ground. His eyes were still open, but his limbs were limp, and he couldn't move in the slightest. Only his mouth could move slightly as he cried for help in fright. "Faction leader, save me, save me. I can't move." All of a sudden, the faction leader's black radiance flickered, and his expression changed. "Were you poisoned? When did you get poisoned?" The faction leader suddenly realized something and shouted in a low voice, "It's awful. There is something wrong with the pendant." As he shouted in a low voice, he quickly threw the fire essence jade in his hand. However, it was already too late for him to throw it. The vital energy in the faction leader's body became sluggish, and his whole body became limp and powerless. He then fell on the bed, his limbs stiff, and he couldn't move. He cried out in alarm, "What kind of poison is this? Even an almighty divine master can't resist it." Creak. At this moment, the leisurely sound of a stone door opening drifted into his ears. A petite young girl, who had her hands clasped behind her back, walked into the stone room with a smile and said, "You reacted quite quickly." Gong Sun Wuxie smiled as she picked up the pendant and swept it with her vital energy. A layer of pink mist, which could be seen by the naked eye, was swept away from the pendant's surface. This was the object that had poisoned the faction leader. "Who are you?" The faction leader's pupils contracted as he shouted in a deep voice. The little demoness walked over and revealed a cute and sweet smile. "I'm obviously here to take your life. Don't you know that your life is quite valuable in the Red Blood Palace? It's worth 300,000 merit points, and you are the 18 blessed and Heavenly Land's 13th most wanted criminal, Ghost Buddha. So, you are quite valuable." The expression of the faction leader, whose whole body was engulfed by a black radiance, changed drastically. "How did you know my identity?" The middle-aged man lying on the ground was also startled. "What? Did you just say that our faction leader is the infamous wanted criminal, Ghost Buddha?" There were a series of wanted criminals in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and all of them were vicious and merciless criminals who killed without batting an eyelid. However, due to their high cultivations, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands experts weren't able to capture them in time. This was why the 18 blessed and heavenly lands wanted list was issued. Chapter 854. According to the Red Blood Palace's rules, if a Red Blood Palace's disciple killed the ghost Buddha, who was ranked 13th, he would get 300,000 merit points. This was because he had once killed 3 divine masters in the Red Blood Palace, which had caused a great commotion. However, he had then disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. No one would have expected that he was hiding in Tianya City's 3 Murders gang, and even the gang's members didn't know that their gang master was wanted by the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Su Yu, who was observing the situation with his soul eyes, was quite startled. He had heard about the wanted list, as it was a list made by the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' 18 great factions. The people on the list were all villains who had committed great crimes, and they posed a great threat to the whole 18 blessed and heavenly lands. This was why they were wanted by the 18 great factions. There were 100 people on the list. The ghost Buddha was ranked 13th, which was quite high. As such, he was rewarded with 300,000 merit point. Su Yu couldn't help but get excited. It turned out that there was such a quick way to earn merit point. However, it was a pity that he had to first accept the mission to kill the ghost Buddha, and only after completing it could he get the Sanctum's reward. Su Yu didn't accept the mission and killed the ghost Buddha without knowing anything about it, so he wouldn't get any reward. Su Yu was quite curious as he looked at the little demoness. The ghost Buddha had been on the list for several years, and the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' 18 great factions disciples must have accepted the mission to kill him. However, even after so many years, they hadn't managed to find even a trace of the ghost Buddha. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, never to be seen again. As for the little demoness, even though she was in the Red Blood Palace, she was still able to grasp the situation in Tianya City, which was far away. She had even managed to ascertain the 3 Murders gang's master's identity. Su Yu's intuition told him that this black-bellied lowly wasn't ordinary. In a secret room, the little demoness smiled as she took out a small black sword and played with it. The gang master asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to kill me now?" The little demoness revealed a sweet smile. "I don't want to be stained by your blood." The gang master's eyes lit up. "If you want crystals, you can ask for as many as you want. According to what I know, your Red Blood Palace's merit points can be exchanged for crystals. Since my head is worth 300,000 merit points, I can give you 600,000 crystals, which will be enough for you to exchange for 300,000 merit points. If you want more, we can discuss it." The little demoness said disdainfully, "This grandaunt doesn't care about any crystal stones. Furthermore, if I were to exchange large amounts of merit points in the sect, the source of the crystal stones would be investigated by the sect. If they found out that I released you for the crystal stones, then I would be finished." Su Yu, who had been paying close attention, felt his heart tremble slightly. He had thought of exchanging crystal stones for a large number of merit points more than once, but now it seemed that it would not work. The sect would investigate the legal source of the crystal stones. The gang leader's face darkened. "Then what do you want?" The little devil smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Of course it's to cripple your cultivation, capture you alive, and bring you back to the sect. That way, the merit points will be higher." With that said, the little devil's eyes turned cold. She turned into a shadow and flew in front of He Guang. A dagger fiercely stabbed into the other party's abdomen. The gang leader was poisoned by the little devil and couldn't move at all. How could he avoid this sword? However, a sudden change occurred. Unable to move, the black light on the surface of the gang leader's body faded away like a tide. Instead, a dazzling golden light shot out from his body. When most of the black light dissipated, a strange human appeared in front of him. The left side of his body was pitch black, and wisps of eerie ghost energy were emitting from his body. He seemed ferocious and evil. As for the right side of his body, it flickered with golden light and emitted an auspicious aura. It gave people a serene feeling. Two extreme auras appeared on the same person's body at the same time. At this moment, the little devil's black sword was pierced into his abdomen. However, the expected scene of his abdomen being pierced didn't occur. Instead, a loud clanging sound echoed out, and the sword in the little devil's hand was deflected. The change occurred too quickly, and the little devil was caught off guard. However, she reacted quickly, and when her plan failed, she immediately retreated. At the same time, she took out a white bone shield and placed it in front of her. Just when she was about to put up a defense, a great power bombarded the shield. Shock appeared on the little devil's face, and she retreated several steps, knocking against the stone door. When she looked at the door, she saw that the half-black, half-golden gang leader had already stood up and was slowly lowering his fist. "You aren't poisoned. It's impossible. Brother Shanliang developed it, and even a middle-stage divine master can't block it." The little devil rolled her eyes and spoke in shock. The gang leader sneered coldly and said, "I was poisoned. But, you forgot my name. Ghost Buddha. Half ghost, half Buddha. A Buddhist's constitution can purify poison. The poison you used just happened to be within the range of my purification," the ghost Buddha said mockingly. As long as he revealed his hidden half-Buddha constitution, he could use his Buddha's light to purify the poison in his body. Although the little devil was clever, she had still taken the ghost Buddha lightly. This person could kill the Red Blood Palace's 3 divine masters in succession and still remain free and unfettered until now, so he was surely not someone easy to deal with. The little devil hadn't investigated the situation thoroughly, and she had acted rashly. The ghost Buddha's cultivation was at the level 1 divine master realm, while the little devil was only at the level 9 fairy realm. Moreover, the ghost Buddha still hadn't used his powerful divine seal. The little devil didn't hesitate, so she turned around and rushed out of the secret room. She then took out a golden sphere and threw it behind her. Rumble. A loud noise echoed as the golden sphere exploded on the spot, emitting a shocking flame. The flame contained a terrifying power, and even a level 1 divine master realm expert wouldn't dare to touch it rashly. The middle-aged man, who was lying motionless on the ground, was turned into nothingness by the flame. He didn't even have time to let out a miserable shriek. The whole secret room was also melted. The powerful flame energy wave didn't just melt the secret room, it also melted the whole row of secret rooms that were connected to it. Dozens of secret rooms, as well as thousands of miles of underground caverns, were all turned into a sea of flames. Miserable screams echoed from all directions, and it seemed like hell on earth. More than 103 Murders Gang's members were burned to death by the sphere alone, and many of them were experts. Even the 3 Murders Gang's deputy gang leader, who was at the level 9 fairy realm, was devoured by the fire dragon before he could rush out of the secret room. Such a disastrous scene alarmed the whole 3 Murders Gang. Regardless of whether it was the fighting arena on the ground or the underground caverns, they were all alarmed. Suyu couldn't help but smack his lips. He knew that sphere. It was a consumable magical treasure called the Diamond Fireball. It was extremely expensive, and a single one of it was worth at least 300,000 crystals. Moreover, the little demoness had a fire essence jade pendant, which was worth 1,000,000 crystals, on her neck. Her net worth was surely astronomical. Upon witnessing that the 3 Murders Gang had descended into chaos, Suyu couldn't delay any longer, so he immediately snuck into the prison. With his skills, as well as the 3 Murders Gang's current state of chaos, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save Ying Luan and the other hostages. After the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea, a group of people walked out of a dark alley, far away from the 3 Murders Gang. They were Ying Luan and the other hostages. Suyu surveyed his surroundings and ascertained that it was safe here. He then said to the people behind him, "Fine, we should be safe here, so you should all disperse. If your homes are in the vicinity, you should quickly leave, but if it's far away, you should hide first and send a message to your family's elders to come and welcome you. Do you understand?" The hostages were all young men and women, and they had just gone through a terrifying rescue mission. They were still frightened, and they all nodded like chickens pecking at grains. Ying Luan followed closely behind Suyu, her eyes filled with adoration as she looked at his back. She had never imagined that shopkeeper Su would attack the 3 Murders Gang to save her. After all, She was obviously just an insignificant maid. Yingluan, don't go back to the elixir store for the time being. Just hide with them first, and come back to the store tomorrow, Su Yu instructed her before he soared into the sky and left. The group of young men and women looked for a place to hide, while the few young women who had accompanied Yingluan revealed longing looks. Sister Yingluan, who is he to you? They were all in the same prison, and although they had only been in contact for a short while, they had all gone through trials and tribulations together. He's our Tonglin elixir store's shopkeeper Su. Yingluan was timid and bashful, and she bit her lips. Tonglin elixir store? The eyes of the other young women blinked as they bore this name in mind. After Su Yu left, he immediately went back to the Three Murders Gang's vicinity to observe the surroundings. After an hour had passed, the disastrous fire had already been extinguished. The entire underground cavern was burnt and reduced to ruins. Charred corpses were dug out one after another. There were dozens of them, but even more corpses had already melted into cooled magma rocks. There were no real corpses left. Su Yu swept the area with his gaze and fixed it on the ghost Buddha's secret room. His pupils contracted slightly. In the secret room, a body, which was emitting a black and golden radiance, was standing upright in the room. The black and golden radiance seemed like a bell, which had isolated the terrifying flames and left it unscathed. Su Yu shuddered inwardly as he thought. What a powerful fleshly body. Most level 1 divine masters wouldn't have been able to escape from such an explosion, but the ghost Buddha was the only one who was safe and sound. Since this person was ranked 13th on the wanted list, it was obvious that he was no small matter. It was only after the flames in the secret room had dissipated completely that the ghost Buddha's radiance disappeared. An ice-cold glint flickered in its ice-cold eyes as it said, "What a good Red Blood Palace's disciple. You unexpectedly dared to come here." Su Yu couldn't help but admit that the little demoness was very crafty. She had pretended to be tricked, then pretended to be a core member of the Qianya auction house, then lured the middle-aged man to lead the way. Then, she had run away after her scheme was exposed. However, it was a pity that she had underestimated the ghost Buddha's power, as even the golden fireball wasn't able to harm him. I really want to see how far you can run underground. The ghost Buddha was filled with killing intent as he turned into a ghostly shadow and disappeared from the secret room. Su Yu was in control of everything, so he decided to follow the ghost Buddha closely. After the little devil escaped, it didn't even look back as it fled through the underground tunnel. Chapter 855. Some of the outer sanctum's small dark factions were getting restless, and they all wanted to seize this opportunity to divide the Three Murders Gang's vast territory. As for the Three Murders Gang, it didn't just lose its divine master, who was capable of intimidating the outer city. It also lost its level 9 fairy realm deputy gang master. Moreover, more than 100 powerful members near the gang master were killed in a fire, and more than half of the Three Murders Gang's apex experts were killed. If they wanted to resist the invasion of the various small factions, it would be a long battle. It could be imagined that in the future, the outer city would return to its previous state of having many dark factions. As long as the inner city wanted to, it could cleanse them at any time and restore the outer city's order. It wouldn't be like it was now, where the Three Murders Gang was helpless against such a powerful dark faction. As for Su Yu, who was the instigator of all of this, he didn't care about the outside world's affairs and just cultivated in the Tonglin elixir store. After he came back the previous night, Su Yu tried to get rid of the cursed ghost face several times, but he didn't succeed. Su Yu was left without a choice, so he started cultivating the 5 Elements Mysteries art. Once he mastered it, he would be able to control an ancient Imperial Saint artifact. After a whole night's cultivation, Su Yu managed to learn 2 more Demon Clan's characters, which meant that he had comprehended 4 of them in total. As long as he continued cultivating, once he comprehended more than 100 Demon Clan's characters, he would be able to use 10% of the 5 Elements Divine Prison's power. This 10th of its power was enough for Su Yu to be invincible among those below the all-creation realm. The next day, at dawn, Qing Liu and Ying Luan followed Su Yu's instructions and waited until the chaos had passed. They were busy cleaning up the elixir store and mending the broken counters. After going through such a calamity, they cherished this rare opportunity even more. After all, not only was their shopkeeper Su generous, but he was also a hermit expert. Yingluan was even more aware of how powerful Su Yu was, as he had managed to sneak into the Three Murders gang and rescue them. She really admired Su Yu from the bottom of her heart. Shopkeeper Su, all of our elixirs were plundered by the Three Murders gang. What should we do? Qing Liu and Yingluan went to the back hall after they finished cleaning the elixir store. Su Yu wasn't interested in those elixirs, which couldn't even be considered spirit elixirs. Don't worry about it. In a few days, a new type of elixir will be sold, so you should rest more during this period. Qing Liu was startled. Yingluan said anxiously, Shopkeeper Su, that won't do. The pill store's counter cannot be empty. Su Yu raised his brows. Oh, why is that? Yingluan didn't stutter anymore, and she spoke fluently. According to the Red Blood Palace's elixir store's rules, no elixir store's counter is allowed to be left empty. Otherwise, they will be punished by revoking their shopkeepers' positions. Su Yu was surprised. Why haven't I heard of such a rule? He had carefully investigated the elixir store's rules, and he hadn't found such a rule. The Red Blood Palace was only in charge of the final profits, and how the elixir store was managed was the shopkeeper's business. This is the rule of the Elixir Association. Yingluan then said, a year ago, Great Shopkeeper Fei gathered all the elixir store's shopkeepers to discuss this rule, which states that no elixir store's counter can be left empty. This is a waste of the Red Blood Palace's resources, and once this is discovered, not only will the store's shopkeeper be fined 10,000 crystals by the Elixir Association, but his position as a shopkeeper will also be revoked. She then added, it said that the previous shopkeeper, who came before us, felt that the store didn't have any hope of surviving, so he focused all of his energy on cultivation. He planned to wait until his term was over before leaving the store. However, the counter didn't have any elixirs for sale, and it was left empty for 5 or 6 days. This was reported by other elixir stores, and the previous shopkeeper was punished. He was fined 10,000 crystals, and his position as a shopkeeper was revoked. He was then chased back to the sanctum. Su Yu raised his brows slightly. He couldn't believe that there was such an unwritten rule. He really didn't care about these elixirs, but his position as an elixir store's shopkeeper was very useful to him, so he couldn't give it up for the time being. Fine, where can I get my elixirs from? Su Yu asked. A small elixir store couldn't afford to hire an alchemist to make elixirs for them, so they could only buy them from elixir dealers. Yingluan revealed a simple and honest smile as she ran to the front desk. She then took out an account book from under the cabinet. The account book recorded the channels through which the previous shopkeepers used to purchase elixirs, as well as the names and locations of their suppliers. Su Yu flipped through it carefully. The Tonglin elixir store's supplier had cooperated with him for many years, and it was a place called the Bright Moon House. The Bright Moon House's owner, Bright Moon Householder, had cooperated with the Tonglin elixir store for many years. He didn't know how to make elixirs, and his elixirs came from a place called the Elixir Alliance. The Elixir Alliance was the Tianya Auction House's alchemist alliance. Everyone who joined the alliance was an alchemist, and they were all at least middle-stage alchemists. There were also many late-stage alchemists among them, and there were even 2 alchemists who could make incredible elixirs. Incredible elixirs were elixirs consumed by divine master experts, and they were far more difficult to make than spirit elixirs consumed by fairy realm experts. The difference between incredible elixirs and spirit elixirs was like the difference between heaven and earth. Su Yu's current state wasn't enough for him to make incredible elixirs. Besides his lack of experience, he also lacked soul power, which was more important. After all, the process of making elixirs at the incredible elixir level wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Physical contact wasn't allowed in any part of elixir making. This was because the success of incredible elixirs was highly dependent on the environment, and it couldn't tolerate the appearance of human impurities. If one used one's hands or other objects to control the elixir making, it would be easy for the furnace to explode. If one couldn't use physical objects to control the elixir, then what could one use? It was soul power at the mental level. Since physical power couldn't be used, then one could only use soul power. The whole process had to be controlled at the soul level, which involved the use of soul power. It was extremely complicated and difficult, and without a powerful soul to rely on, one couldn't use soul power to make elixirs without long-term practice. This was why alchemists were so precious. There were only 2 alchemists in Tianya City who could make incredible elixirs. Moreover, in the whole 18 blessed and heavenly lands, there were less than 10 alchemists. Among them, there were 3 in the Red Blood Palace's inner palace, 3 in the Purple Cloud Palace, and 2 wandering martial artists. The Elixir Alliance had formed a neutral faction around these 2 alchemists, and they were only in charge of making elixirs. The alchemists would then hand over the elixirs they made to the Elixir Alliance. Because the Dan Alliance was not in the mood to run a shop, he did not have the time to look for buyers, so he sold it to some merchants who were related to the Dan Alliance. These merchants were usually the relatives and friends of the Dan Alliance. Then, the peddlers sold the elixirs to elixir stores all over the Blessed and Enclave. These peddlers were also known as pill peddlers. They relied on the Dan Alliance to survive. If the Dan Alliance collapsed one day, they would have no way to survive. Bright Moon House. Bright Moon Householder. Suyu muttered the name repeatedly. The Tonglin elixir store was small and didn't have a large stock of elixirs, so it didn't bother to look for another supplier. So, it bought all of its elixirs from Bright Moon Householder. Although it would be troublesome, Suyu would still have to go there personally to buy some elixirs from Bright Moon Householder to fill the counter. You should rest for the time being, while I go out to buy some goods. Suyu left the Tonglin elixir store and went straight to the Bright Moon House. The so-called Bright Moon residence was actually an ordinary residence in the inner city. If an elixir shop wanted to buy elixirs, the Bright Moon residence was one of the choices. When Suyu was just about to enter the residence, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He couldn't help but be taken aback and stop outside the residence. At the residence's entrance, a beautiful and dignified figure clad in a green palace dress was walking out while stepping on a lotus flower. A middle-aged scholar wearing a long robe was following her closely. He wore a fawning smile and said in a flattering tone, "Fairy Lu, you can set your mind at ease. If the Elixir Alliance has similar elixirs, I will surely inform you first. As one of the Elixir Alliance's 3 great elixir merchants, I believe that if the Elixir Alliance has such elixirs for sale, they will surely let me sell them." Lu Chuyi furrowed her brows and nodded indifferently. She then sighed softly and said, "I'm just holding on to a slim hope. You don't need to take it to heart. I'm sorry for bothering you." After she spoke, the beautiful figure strode forward and was about to leave the Bright Moon House. She subconsciously glanced at a corner of the residence's wall, where a person was standing quietly. She had just seen him out of the corner of her eye, but her body shuddered and her beautiful eyes widened. When she looked over, her heart thumped wildly. It's him. A silver-haired youth appeared in Lu Chuyi's mind. He was gentle, resolute, mysterious, and unpredictable. He had also obtained her first time. The figure she saw out of the corner of her eye was similar to the one in Suyu's mind. However, when she fixed her eyes on him, she found that the person in front of her was an old and frail white-haired old man. His hair was white and fluttering in the wind. Although his body was old, he was standing upright in the wind. He had a sage-like charm. It wasn't him. The great disparity startled Lu Chuyi. In terms of temperament, the 2 of them were too similar. Suyu turned around and looked at Lu Chuyi. He had an impulse to approach her and greet her, but he restrained himself in the end. With a faint smile, he asked, "Miss, why are you looking at me?" Lu Chuyi came back to her senses and shook her head in disappointment. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked into Suyu's eyes. No, she suddenly couldn't continue speaking, because when she looked into Suyu's eyes, she found that even his eyes were so similar. They were as deep as the starry sky, which made it difficult for people to extricate themselves from them. They were also filled with an unforgettable brilliance. Was there really a person in this world whose temperament and eyes were so similar? Lu Chuyi's heart was in a mess. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, "Mister, may I ask if you know a person called Inu?" The name Suyu she knew was the Inu from the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Suyu's emotions fluctuated, and he was inexplicably delighted that she still remembered him. Suyu smiled and shook his head. "I don't know him. I'm Su Yuxian, And I don't know Inu. May I know who he is? Isn't he? How could he be? Lu Chuyi laughed at herself and apologized. He's an old friend. Sorry for disturbing you. After she spoke, she stepped on a breeze and flew up into the sky. Then, like a butterfly, she disappeared into the azure sky. Suyu sighed softly for a long time as he looked at her back. After calming himself down, Suyu stood up and entered the courtyard. There, he met the middle-aged scholar who had just seen Lu Chuyi off. "Old mister, may I ask why you have come to my house?" The middle-aged scholar was very polite, especially after he had witnessed Lu Chuyi and Suyu's simple conversation. "Your house." Suyu suddenly understood. The person in front of him was the Bright Moon House's Bright Moon householder. "I'm Su Yuxian, the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper. I've come here to pay a visit to Bright Moon householder." Suyu revealed a faint smile. However, the expression of Bright Moon householder, who had been polite a moment ago, stiffened slightly. Then, his smile disappeared, and he wore an ice-cold expression. He sized up Suyu, while a mocking smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I was wondering who it was." "So, it's the famous Su Yuxian." Suyu furrowed his brows when he heard his sarcastic words. "Did I offend this person? Speak. Why did you come here?" Bright Moon householder hid his hands in his sleeves and wore a faint smile as he spoke. Suyu furrowed his brows as he sized up Bright Moon householder. "It seems like you don't plan to sell me your elixirs." Bright Moon householder curled up the corners of his mouth. He, it's not that I don't want to sell them, but that I don't dare." "Great shopkeeper Su, you even dared to talk back to shopkeeper Fei. I'm afraid of you, so how could I dare to do business with you?" It was great shopkeeper Fei, Suyu thought. It was only now that he recalled that Suyu hadn't agreed to be exploited by him at the elixir meet, and he had even talked back to him in front of everyone. He really didn't expect that this man would be so narrow-minded and try to make things difficult for Suyu. Shopkeeper Fei's Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store was one of Bright Moon householder's great clients, and Suyu's Tonglin Elixir Store was dispensable in comparison to it. If shopkeeper Fei had strictly ordered him not to sell elixirs to Suyu, then Bright Moon householder would surely know what to do. However, Bright Moon householder's character wasn't worthy of praise, as he had intentionally mocked Suyu in order to please shopkeeper Fei. Since Bright Moon householder had already spoken up to this point, Suyu wouldn't ask for a rebuff, so he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Bright Moon householder's expression became ice-cold. "Before you leave, you should first pay your debts." Suyu was aware of this, as when he was flipping through the accounts a moment ago, he had discovered that there was a debt left behind. It was a debt of 100 crystals, and it had been delayed due to the fact that there wasn't a new shopkeeper. Suyu took out 100 crystals from his sleeves. Since he had taken over the shopkeeper's position, he would surely pay off his debts. However, Bright Moon householder just hid his hands in his sleeves and didn't intend to take them. He just sneered and asked, "100 crystals?" Suyu asked calmly, "What? Isn't it 100 crystals on credit?" Bright Moon householder sneered coldly. "It was 100 crystals in the past, but now it's 10,000 crystals." Guards. Hualala, a group of servants came out of the house in a line. They were all powerful level 6 fairies. Suyu's eyes flickered as he asked, "What do you mean?" Bright Moon householder replied coldly, "I don't mean anything. A year ago, it was 100 crystals, and now it's 10,000. If you don't pay it off today, then don't dream about leaving the Bright Moon house until you pay off your debts." It was obvious that he was cooperating with shopkeeper Fei, as the elixir store couldn't open for business until Suyu returned. Moreover, if he didn't open for business for more than 5 days, he would be stripped of his shopkeeper's position. Suyu raised his eyes and put away the crystals in his hand, while his gaze became ice-cold. Even if Bright Moon householder didn't want to sell elixirs to him, he still wouldn't make things difficult for him. After all, Suyu wouldn't force people to do things against their will. However, it was a completely different matter if he was helping a tyrant to commit evil deeds. "Have you really made up your mind?" Suyu asked calmly. Bright Moon householder sneered. "You are still pretending to be calm even at such a time. I really admire you. Guards, tie him up." Chapter 856. Divine Seal, Haunted by Evil Spirit. At the last moment, he used some kind of secret technique to forcefully summon the divine seal ahead of time. A glittering golden seal flickered above his head. At the bottom of the seal was a sinister ghost face. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he cursed inwardly. He then held the little demoness and retreated quickly. At the same time, he waved his wrist, and the silk in his sleeve quickly cut off the top of his head. The incomparably hard ceiling of the cave was forcefully cut open. The starlight from the outside naturally shone into the cave, and the fresh air that had not been there for a long time blew in. Su Yu stamped on the ground with the tip of his foot, then soared into the sky along with the little demoness and left the underground world. But just as he left, an illusory ghost face rushed out of the cave. It was 100 feet in size. The ghost face opened its mouth and bit the two of them. This bite was not on the flesh, but on the soul. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt a heart-wrenching pain in his soul, as if it was about to be chewed to pieces by some invisible force. As for the little demon in his arms, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body trembled as he clutched his head in pain. If nothing unexpected happened, their divine souls would be destroyed in the next moment. The Ghost Buddha's divine seal was actually a soul attack. This was something no one knew about. He hid it extremely well, using it as a trump card. Now that he was facing death, he finally let it out. At such a critical moment, Su Yu pushed the little demoness away. As the ghost face roared, it split into two. One of them continued biting Su Yu, while the other chased after the little demoness. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he cursed inwardly. Soul flame. Su Yu's eyes flickered with a faint white light, while a formless soul flame engulfed the ghost face, which was chasing after the little demoness. The ghost face's whole body was emitting green smoke, and he angrily roared as he turned around. He gave up on Su Yu and pounced at him once again. At this moment, the little devil had recovered a little from her injuries, and her vision was no longer blurred. Witnessing all of this, the little demoness felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her heart was deeply shaken. She was at a loss, puzzled, doubtful, and a warm current that she had never felt before surged in the depths of her heart. "Why did you save me like this?" The little devil pondered, feeling confused for the first time. He clearly did not know her, he clearly could have left her behind, he clearly could have let her attract the ghost face mask and run away. The unexplainable questions were like a ball of tangled up tightly in his heart. At this moment, Su Yu, who was facing the ghost face's tearing, didn't seem to be in pain anymore. This was because the divine nine-dragon cauldron had been disturbed. Wisps of pure red liquid blended into Su Yu's blood vessels and soothed the pain and injuries caused by his soul. No matter how the ghost faces tried to bite him, they couldn't harm Su Yu in the slightest. Finally, a miserable scream sounded from within the cave. The ghost Buddha screamed as it was turned into ashes by the lightning beast from the inside out. At that moment, the ghostly face faded away. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a mark the size of a palm and sank into Su Yu's chest. Su Yu felt a burning sensation in his chest. When he lowered his head to take a look, his expression changed. The ghostly face had turned into a mark that was imprinted on his chest. From afar, it looked as if a ghostly face had drilled out from Su Yu's chest. Su Yu immediately used his vital energy in an attempt to force the ghost face out. However, the ghost face didn't budge at all. It was as if it was embedded in Su Yu's chest. He tried to use his soul energy, but it was useless. After that, Su Yu tried many times, but he could not do anything to the ghostly face. How is this possible? Su Yu's expression changed several times. The owner of the ghostly face was already dead, so why did the ghostly face enter his body? Was this a great hidden danger? Su Yu became restless. At this moment, the little demoness spoke weakly. "It's a curse. The ghost Buddha's divine seal is a curse, and the stronger the master's resentment is, the stronger the curse will be. It will then reside in the body of the target of the resentment and slowly devour the target's soul energy until the target's soul is exhausted and he dies." Su Yu's expression became gloomy when he heard this. It seemed like his soul was really weakening, but the divine nine-dragon cauldron didn't react at all. His heart sank. Whenever his soul suffered any harm, the divine nine-dragon cauldron would protect him. But now, his soul was still weakening. The divine nine-dragon cauldron couldn't detect any danger, so it wouldn't take any action. As he thought of this, Suyu furrowed his brows. He had unexpectedly provoked such a troublesome existence. Is there a way to resolve it? Suyu asked gravely. The little demoness shook her head. Her eyes were filled with regret. She should have shared half of the curse's burden. Was there no way to resolve it? Unless your soul energy reaches a higher level than the ghost Buddhas, the curse will disappear on its own, the little demoness added. However, this was impossible. While the ghost face was devouring souls unceasingly, trying to raise one's soul energy was just a pipe dream. Suyu's expression softened slightly. If this was the case, then the situation wouldn't be too bad. After all, he still had the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and as long as he quickly produced a large amount of it, he should be able to offset his soul energy's loss. Moreover, if he didn't personally investigate whether there was a way to resolve the curse, how would he know for sure? Suyu went back to the basement to verify whether the ghost Buddha was really dead. It was only when he discovered that the ghost Buddha was just a pile of ashes, without even a soul left behind, that Suyu felt at ease. Otherwise, if he allowed such a dangerous enemy to roam freely in this world, he would sooner or later suffer a great disaster. When the lightning beast saw Suyu, it roared several times with hostility before it reluctantly went back into the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Suyu furrowed his brows slightly. Even after refining it for such a long time, the lightning beast still hasn't been completely tamed. It seems like the 5-elemental strong thunder seal needs to be refined further and evolve into a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. After he left the cave, Suyu pondered how he should send the little demoness to the Red Blood Palace's headquarters. If the headquarters people discovered him and followed him, then he would be in great trouble. However, when he went back to the ground, he didn't see the little demoness anywhere. His heart tightened slightly, and he wondered, did the 3 murders gang's people capture her? However, he had just left for a moment, and he had been paying attention to any disturbances on the ground. So, how was it possible for someone to capture the little demoness without him noticing it? All of a sudden, Suyu noticed a scarlet pendant on the ground. It was the little demoness fire essence jade. Suyu grabbed it, and it was only now that he noticed that there was a sound-transmitting jade pendant on it. Could it be an urgent message from the little demoness? Suyu immediately pressed it against his ear and listened to the message on it solemnly. You are a B*****. You touched and hugged me, so I won't let you off. I will give you the fire essence jade, as I don't want to owe you for saving my life. Humph. Suyu smiled. It seemed like the little demoness hadn't been captured. When he assumed that the little demoness had finished speaking, the little demoness spoke once again. Humph. Moreover, I must inform you that I'm not a little girl, as I'm already 18 years old. Suyu was startled by this, and he couldn't help but wonder. What does she mean by this last sentence? He was aware that the little demoness had eaten a spiritual object by mistake when she was young, which caused her body to remain at the age of 10 years old. So, her age was really the same as Suyu's. Suyu couldn't understand this at all, so he shook his head and looked at the fire essence jade in his palm. This jade pendant was worth 1,000,000 crystals. This was the first time that he had ever received such a precious object, and the little demoness' value had exceeded his expectations once again. Since she had given it to him, Suyu wouldn't refuse it, so he put it away and went back to the elixir store. In a luxurious palace in the inner city, the little demoness was lying on a bed, and she was surrounded by beautiful maids. Moreover, all of them were at the Divine Master realm. They all wore respectful expressions and were treating her injuries carefully. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, as if the little demoness had a lofty status. An old man was sitting calmly on a stone table in front of the bed. He wore a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern his cultivation level. Old Lan, why didn't you help me earlier? Or, why didn't you give me an even more powerful treasure? I would have surely been able to blast the ghost Buddha into smithereens. You caused me to suffer such injuries. The little demoness pouted her mouth, while her face was filled with resentment. Old Lan smiled amiably. This was the Cliff Master's order, and he instructed us to only help you when your life is in danger. He didn't give you an excessively powerful treasure, which is why you can grow stronger. Otherwise, what will you do if you face powerful enemies alone in the future? The little demoness bared her teeth and said fiercely, I'm already very powerful, as I can fight against a divine master at the level 9 fairy realm. Old Lan chuckled and said, the lad who saved you is just a level 3 fairy realm, yet he can easily kill the ghost Buddha. If she hadn't heard, she wouldn't have known. As soon as she stopped, she almost jumped out of bed. What? That lad is just a level 3 fairy realm? How can he be so powerful? Hehe, young Cliff Master, don't you trust my eyes? That lad has been lying in ambush since the beginning, and he used an extremely powerful technique to control the underground world situation. Your every move was under his control. Old Lan's eyes flickered as he spoke. The little demoness' eyes flickered, and she squinted. Are you saying that B***** has been spying on me since the beginning? Did he save me on purpose in order to gain my favor? Her identity was quite special, so she couldn't rule out the possibility that opportunistic people like her would use such a technique. Old Lan muttered to himself irresolutely, then shook his head. No, based on my observations, his original intention was to rescue the trapped hostages, and saving you was just a matter of convenience. Otherwise, such a scheming person would have already been killed by the young Cliff Master. Why would he still be alive? A wisp of killing intent flickered in Old Lan's eyes. The suspicion in the little demoness' eyes disappeared, and she heaved a sigh of relief. She bit her lips and asked hesitantly, then, Old Lan, do you know his identity? Old Lan looked at the little demoness in surprise. According to his memory, his little master rarely took the initiative to show concern for others. However, this suspicion only lasted for a moment, and he didn't take it to heart. No, I was just concerned about whether he would harm you, so I didn't try to see through his attire to avoid being discovered by him. Old Lan shook his head. Disappointment flickered in the little demoness' eyes. She then shook her head and said, forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I have already compensated him, so I don't owe him any favors. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread out from Tianya Outer City. The Three Murders Gang's master had been killed by a mysterious expert. When this news spread, it gave rise to a great commotion. The Three Murders Gang, which was the Outer City's greatest underworld faction, had unexpectedly been killed by a mysterious expert. Chapter 857. She tried to split open the cave above her head to return to the surface. However, after splitting it open, he discovered that he had entered a new cave, and the higher he drilled, the harder the soil became. Even when he reached the top of the cave, the lower-grade spirit weapon in his hand was unable to break the soil. With a slash of the sword, the spiritual weapon actually left a shallow mark, and the cavern ceiling did not move at all. There's a formation at the top of the cave. The little demoness quickly discovered the reason, and she couldn't help but get angry. How hateful. I didn't expect that the ghost Buddha would be so cautious. It's no wonder that no one could break into the Three Murders Gang's headquarters. If it was so easy to destroy the top layer of the cave, why would they need to go through so much trouble when the various forces besieged them? He just needed to break open the ground. The ghost Buddha had meticulously designed a large area of the Three Murders Gang, which was the center of the Three Murders Gang, was covered with a spell formation. Thus, external forces would not be able to dig through the underground cave. This was the only way to ensure the safety of the cave. It could be said that the little devil had become a mouse in a cage, trapped in the underground world, unable to escape. The little demoness was vexed. Humph. I don't believe that I can't get out of here. 2 hours later. At the end of a certain cave was a wall. The little devil was panting, and her eyes were filled with impatience. What's going on? After walking for so long, why is it a dead end again? She had already walked through 10 caves, but all of them were dead ends like the one in front of her. Hehe, that's because only 2 out of 100 caves can leave. Little girl, you have nowhere else to go. A sneer suddenly sounded from behind her. The little fiend was startled. When she looked back, her pupils shrank. A half-ghost, half-Buddha figure stood coldly 1,000 feet away. How did you catch up? The little devil asked in surprise. The ghost Buddha sneered and said, "This underground is my world. Isn't it easy for me to find you?" The little demon gritted her teeth. "Mph, who's afraid of you?" With that said, the little devil took out a shield and a small black sword. At the same time, she took out a small black sword from her bosom. The ghost Buddha sneered, "Is that all you can do?" Sure, the ghost Buddha left a trail of afterimages as it bombarded the little demoness shield before she was ready. Bang! The little demon was smashed into the wall along with its shield. The violent impact caused the little demon's internal organs to tremble, and she couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. She was no match for him at all. Rolling her eyes, she casually grabbed a handful of talismans. Roughly counting, there were more than 100 of them, and all of them were extremely powerful talismans. Any one of them would be worth more than tens of thousands of crystal stones in the market. Each one could threaten the life of a god lord. Even the ghost Buddha was startled when she took out so many treasures in one go. He was about to continue attacking, but he suddenly stopped and quickly retreated. He shouted anxiously, "Who are you? Even the Tianya auction house's core members don't have so many talismans, do they? Humph! I will blow you up, you old bastard." The little demoness waved her hand, and a large number of talismans shot toward the ghost Buddha like snowflakes. Even the ghost Buddha did not dare to forcefully break through the talismans that were so densely packed together. As he retreated, he gathered the two divine lights of the ghost and Buddha to envelop his body. Boom boom, all of a sudden, earth-shattering rumbles echoed, and they seemed like layers upon layers of tsunamis that surged toward him. Even the ghost Buddha, who possessed magical abilities, was forced to retreat by the explosions, and the divine light on the surface of his body fluctuated unceasingly. However, it couldn't be denied that the ghost Buddha was extraordinarily powerful, and no matter how densely packed the talismans were, the explosion's impact couldn't injure him in the slightest. When the last rumbling sound dissipated, the ghost Buddha's gaze became ice-cold, and it was filled with shame and anger. However, when the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, there was no one at the end of the cave. The ghost Buddha's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly attacked. The two divine lights of the ghost and Buddha turned into two sharp arrows that shot toward the void, which was 30 feet away from him. Ah! A tender cry of pain echoed out, and the void swayed. A petite person, who was wrapped in a shield, was sent flying, and a talisman on her chest was torn apart by the divine lights. A concealment talisman? Humph! The ghost Buddha sneered coldly. He didn't give the little demoness any time to react, and he turned into an afterimage that rushed toward her and grabbed her neck. The little demoness suffered the attacks of the two divine lights, and blood gushed out of her chest. It was obvious that she had suffered severe internal injuries. The power of the two divine lights was indeed formidable. "Little girl, rest in peace." The ghost Buddha snorted coldly, and vital energy surged in his 5 fingers. He was about to pierce her neck and strangle her to death. However, at this moment, the ghost Buddha suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he became alarmed. This feeling of extreme danger was something that the little demoness didn't feel even when she threw out more than 100 talismans. He felt his hair stand on end, and he immediately gave up on the little demoness and retreated. Rip! Just as he retreated, an ice-cold thread pierced through his ribs. If he hadn't reacted in time, his heart would have been pierced. However, the thread that pierced through his body swept across his ribs, and it forcefully cut through his ribs. Then, it swept toward his heart. Along the way, all of his internal organs were cut into pieces. His extremely strong body, which he was so proud of, was like a piece of tofu in front of this thread. The ghost Buddha's face turned pale with fright. When he saw that the thread was about to cut through his chest, and that his body couldn't resist it at all, a resolute look appeared in the ghost Buddha's eyes, and he made an extremely bloody move. He formed a claw with his right hand and tore open his own chest. He then extended his hand into his chest and grabbed the thread. However, this claw only managed to slow down the thread's cutting, as his hand was also cut off. However, he still managed to take advantage of this short moment of respite, and as his body flickered, he pulled out the thread from his body. It was only when the thread reached the end of the cave that the ghost Buddha turned his head around, and a grave look appeared in his eyes. Who is it? A person wearing a straw cape, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, walked out of the cave's corner. It was obviously Su Yu, who was wearing the straw cape. Moreover, it was a young Su Yu. He didn't want to expose himself in front of the little demoness, so he was wearing the straw cape. Even if the straw cape was torn apart, the young Su Yu would be revealed, and he wouldn't be related to Su Yu at all. I'm obviously the person who came to kill you, Su Yu said calmly, while he extended his arm and pulled the little demoness into his embrace. They were both members of the Demon Mountain, so Su Yu wouldn't just leave them to die. Moreover, he had come here to get rid of the Three Murders gang so that they wouldn't cause any more trouble in the future. The little demoness was heavily injured, and her senses were fuzzy. She could only hear a young and magnetic voice, as well as a broad and powerful chest. This was the first time that the little demoness was being held in a young man's embrace, and she couldn't help but struggle. She felt quite ashamed of her current predicament. If you don't want to die, then just stay here obediently, Su Yu reprimanded her in a soft voice. He didn't dare to get distracted while facing the infamous ghost Buddha. The little demoness was frightened by his reprimand. This was the first time that someone had dared to shout at her, and she was both infuriated and annoyed by it. However, the little demoness surprisingly calmed down, and even though she was still snorting, she couldn't help but wonder who this person was and why he wanted to save her. This was the first time that she was interested in a mysterious young man. The ghost Buddha became quite grave, and he asked coldly, "Sir, are you a member of the Tianya auction house or the Red Blood Palace?" Since this person had appeared in such a timely manner, he was surely one of the little girl's companions. Su Yu replied calmly, "I'm neither of them. I just came here to get rid of you so that I can avoid trouble." When his voice just echoed, Su Yu waved his sleeves, and a formless thread shot toward the ghost Buddha. Although the ghost Buddha couldn't see the thread, he could still feel great danger approaching him. The ghost Buddha leaped forward without giving this matter any thought. The moment he leaped forward, a faint crack appeared on the stone wall behind him. The cave's ceiling was also split open by it. The ghost Buddha's expression became grave. There was a formation above the cave, and even a divine master like him wouldn't be able to break it and shatter the cave's ceiling. What kind of dingshi is this? Why is it so terrifying? However, the ghost Buddha didn't have much time to ponder this matter, as he was already cornered. He could only rush out of the cave and look for the Three Murders gang's reinforcements. Swoosh! The ghost and Buddha divine lights on his body turned into sharp arrows that shot toward Su Yu. The ghost Buddha followed the divine lights closely and charged out of the cave while Su Yu was dodging them. However, he was surprised to see that Su Yu didn't try to dodge them. Instead, a jade light flickered on his arm, and a multicolored jade seal appeared in his palm. The jade seal emitted a wave of pressure that could make one's heart shudder. It seemed like a worldly spiritual god, and it was awe-inspiring. The ghost Buddha was overwhelmed with shock. A prototype fairy artifact. He quickly stopped and retreated in fright. When he reached the end of the cave, he said in fright, "Your Excellency, we can discuss this matter. I'm willing to pay any compensation you want." The ghost Buddha begged for mercy at the moment of his death. Su Yu replied calmly, "Do you still want to play the same trick? Do you want to stall for time so that you can use your divine seal? It's a pity that I'm not this little girl." At that time, the little demoness had been too careless and wasted a lot of time, which gave the ghost Buddha enough time to use his ghost Buddha's constitution. Su Yu had experienced many battles along the way, so he naturally understood that one must cut the grass quickly. 5 elemental strong thunder seal. As Su Yu imbued his vital energy into it, a loud roar echoed from it. Then, a ferocious beast, whose whole body was flickering with lightning, appeared while roaring. After it came out, it glared at Su Yu fiercely. It was filled with killing intent, and it seemed like it would betray him at any moment. However, it still obeyed Su Yu's order and turned its head to look at the ghost Buddha with a disdainful gaze. As it roared in a low voice, the lightning beast turned into a bolt of lightning and teleported in front of the ghost Buddha's chest. Its speed was too quick, and the ghost Buddha didn't even have time to react before its body was penetrated. At this moment, the ghost Buddha was weaving hand signs, which were used to summon the divine seal. If he had waited any longer, the divine seal would have appeared. His magical abilities were already so powerful, so his divine seal would probably be even more powerful. The ghost Buddha screamed miserably as he was engulfed by lightning from the inside out. Many cracks, which were filled with lightning, started to spread on his body. The ghost Buddha, who had killed countless divine masters, had now fallen into a mysterious person's hands. Resentment and anger welled up in the ghost Buddha's heart. Chapter 858. Regret. Sizzle. You are the one who should regret it. You offended great shopkeeper Fei, yet you still want to stay in Tianya City? Attack. Treat our great shopkeeper Su well. Bright Moon householder hid his hands in his sleeves as he watched the show. The servants didn't hesitate any longer, and they all attacked Su Yu. Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold. He had already said all that he could, and since they wanted to harm him, he didn't have any reason to be merciful. As Su Yu revolved his vital energy, the air around him started revolving crazily at a shocking speed and was compressed around him. Under the intense pressure, the air was compressed into a pitch-black ribbon, emitting a powerful pressure. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Su Yu waved his hand, and the pitch-black ribbon started twisting and engulfing the surroundings. The servants who were attacking him were all fairies, and their cultivation was between level 5 and level 7 fairies. Although they were strong, they weren't as strong as the Buddhist Saints 8 characters. When the ribbon struck their bodies, it immediately shattered their vital energy defenses, and they were sent flying away like balls. They were all smashed into pieces, and their wails filled the air. Bright Moon householder, who was watching the show, raised his brows. A middle-grade legendary cultivation technique's first level peak? He was slightly surprised, as he had inquired about Su Yu's status. It seemed like Su Yu was an outer sanctum disciple of the Red Blood Palace. But, how could an outer sanctum disciple, who didn't have a powerful backer, get a middle-grade legendary cultivation technique? He was caught off guard, and all of his servants were beaten down. His expression became slightly unsightly. Regardless of everything, he was still a respected person in Tianya City, and even Lu Chuyi, who was known as the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Land's greatest beauty, had come here to ask him for help. Thus, he couldn't allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. He definitely couldn't tolerate the fact that his servants were injured by an outsider in front of his own house. Humph! How dare you behave atrociously in front of my house? Bright Moon householder snorted coldly as a shocking spiritual pressure surged out of him. The injured servants in the vicinity were in great pain due to this aura. Su Yu's body flickered as he flew backward. His pupils became grave as he thought to himself, an almighty divine master? He didn't expect that Bright Moon householder was a hidden almighty divine master. As he thought about it, he realized that it was reasonable, as he was one of the Elixir Alliance's 3 great partners. After all, he wasn't an ordinary martial artist. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago in Tianya City. Was he going to attack a divine master in front of everyone? As Su Yu surveyed his surroundings, he slightly furrowed his brows. This place belonged to the bustling inner city, and there were many people coming and going. As such, the commotion caused by the fight just now had attracted many people's attention. If he fought against Bright Moon householder in front of so many people, it would be difficult for him to avoid exposing his true power, and this was something that Su Yu didn't want to happen. Humph! Bright Moon householder's whole body emitted a powerful aura. His gaze became sharp, and he was about to attack. However, right at that moment, 2 figures emerged from the darkness like ghosts. One was in front of the other, and the other was behind him, protecting Su Yu. Both of them exuded the aura of a divine master, which startled the onlookers. Who is that old man? Why does it seem like he has 2 divine master experts protecting him? For a moment, the crowd discussed spiritedly and were surprised. Bright Moon householder was also startled, and as he swept his gaze over the 2 people's clothes, he was slightly surprised. The Red Blood Palace's auction house? Both of them had the words Red Blood Palace Auction House on their chests. They were a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The woman was cold, while the man was calm. Since you are aware of it, then just leave. The man stood in front of Su Yu and berated him. The woman's expression was ice-cold. If you want to fight him, Then I don't mind exchanging blows with you. Bright Moon Householder's heart sank, and he was quite surprised. Great shopkeeper Fei had informed him that Su Yu was just a lowly shopkeeper, so how could he be protected by two divine masters from the Red Blood Palace's auction house? Bright Moon Householder was confident that he could deal with one of them, but he couldn't fight both of them at the same time. Do you really want to oppose my Bright Moon House? Bright Moon Householder asked in a deep voice. He was backed by the Elixir Alliance, and he was acquainted with many of its alchemists. Hence, he wasn't afraid of the Red Blood Palace's auction house. The man's gaze became ice-cold. If you really want to give it a try, then let me experience Bright Moon Householder's might first. His unspoken implication was that Bright Moon Householder only dared to attack a junior like Su Yu. Bright Moon Householder was infuriated, but since it had already come to this, he had no choice but to drop the matter. He then turned his gaze toward Su Yu and said coldly, "Consider yourself lucky. But, you won't be so lucky next time." He didn't believe that the two almighty divine masters would protect Su Yu all the time, and there must be some reason that he didn't know about. Hence, he must look for great shopkeeper Fei and discuss this matter again. "I'm looking forward to the next time we run into each other," Su Yu said calmly. In fact, the one who was really lucky was Bright Moon Householder. Otherwise, the evil god would have had another great meal for him today. Bright Moon Householder didn't know that the arrival of the two divine masters had saved him from a terrifying fate, and he assumed that Su Yu was relying on the two almighty divine masters to threaten him. So, he couldn't help but say mockingly, "You are just boasting behind people's backs. Hehe, it seems like you are only capable of this much. Lad, don't get happy so soon, as I can assure you that none of the Elixir Alliance's partners will dare to sell you elixirs. You can either go around buying elixirs at a high price, or you can just get lost from Tianya City." Great shopkeeper Fei was a man of his word, and he had even threatened Su Yu on the spot, saying that if Su Yu left, he wouldn't be able to stay in Tianya City any longer. Su Yu wasn't too worried about this, as even if no one sold him elixirs, he could still make them himself. After all, Su Yu was a middle-stage alchemist, and he could easily make third-grade spirit elixirs. Even though it would be troublesome for him to make elixirs himself, if he couldn't find a supply, he could only make them himself. In the worst-case scenario, he could just ask the small Kylin to help him. With their alchemy skills, they should be able to make a large number of ordinary elixirs that were below spirit elixirs. However, it would be a waste of time for them to do so. This was why it was better for Su Yu to have a supply, as it would only cause him more trouble if he didn't have a supply, and it wouldn't cause him to lose his footing in Tianya City. "As you wish." Su Yu didn't care about this matter, and he turned his head around to reveal a faint smile at the two almighty divine masters. "Seniors, many thanks for your help." Su Yu was aware of their objective, and he knew that they were most likely sent by the Red Blood Palace to protect him. After all, Su Yu was the only person who could contact the expert who could make the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and if Su Yu died, then everything would be over. Although it was good to be protected by them, it would also bring him many troubles. With them here, Su Yu wouldn't be able to openly go to the Purple Flame Mountain to make elixirs. It seemed like he would have to find a way to change the way he made elixirs. "Humph. I really want to see how long you can be arrogant if no one sells elixirs to you. Don't come and beg me then." Bright Moon Householder snorted coldly, then turned around and went back to his house. Su Yu and the others also prepared to leave. However, it was at this moment that an old man wearing a white robe flew over from the horizon. His skin was completely red, and he gave off a strange vibe. When he neared him, Su Yu discovered, to his surprise, that his whole body was emitting a high temperature. It was as if there was a furnace hidden within the old man's body. Bright Moon Householder, who was about to enter his house, couldn't help but turn his head around. When he saw the old man, his expression changed drastically, and his gloomy expression was replaced by surprise and respect. He quickly took out his hands from his sleeves and walked toward the house's gate. He then cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Alliance Deputy Master Liu." The red-haired old man in front of him was the Elixir Alliance's Deputy Master. He was one of the strongest late-stage alchemists, and he could make 6th-grade spirit elixirs. An alchemist's grade was a clear indication of his alchemy attainments. In Tianyar City, there were only 2 Alliance Masters and 2 Deputy Alliance Masters who could make 6th grade spirit elixirs. Their alchemy attainments were among the highest in Tianyar City. Alliance Deputy Master Liu flew down and stood in front of the house's gate. As he surveyed the surroundings, he furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Why are there so many people here? Did something happen?" Bright Moon Householder wore an amiable look as he replied, "It was an ignorant shopkeeper who caused trouble in front of my house, but he has already been dealt with." Alliance Deputy Master Liu, your presence brings light to our humble Bright Moon House. Please come inside and have a seat. Bright Moon Householder invited him warmly. As the Alliance Deputy Master, this old man had a high status in the Elixir Alliance. Bright Moon Householder had relied on him to become one of the Elixir Alliance's 3 great partners. Alliance Deputy Master Liu was his backer and his life, so how could he neglect him? Alliance Deputy Master Liu shook his head and said, "There is no need. I still have a furnace of important elixirs to concoct, so I don't have time to leave." Alliance Deputy Master Liu was surprised and confused. Then, "May I ask if Alliance Deputy Master Liu has any instructions for me?" Alliance Deputy Master Liu nodded and said, "Yes, I indeed have some instructions for you. This is Alliance Master Ju's instruction, so you must carry it out earnestly and not neglect it. Otherwise, if you infuriate Alliance Master Ju, you will be replaced by another merchant, and even I won't be able to save you." Upon hearing that the consequences would be so grave, Bright Moon Householder became respectful and said, "Alliance Deputy Master Liu, please instruct me. I will go through hell and high water without hesitation." Alliance Deputy Master Liu nodded and said, "You don't have to be nervous. You just have to carry it out." Alliance Master Ju's granddaughters were found a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Bright Moon Householder revealed a relieved expression and said, "Congratulations. Alliance Master Ju's granddaughters went missing, and we were worried about them for a while. Now, they have finally been found. 3 days ago, Alliance Master Ju's 3 granddaughters had sneaked out of the Elixir Alliance and gone missing. Not many people knew about this matter because the Elixir Alliance had kept a low profile. They didn't spread the news of Alliance Master Ju's granddaughter's disappearance, and they had only asked elixir dealers like them to secretly inquire about whether the 3 murders gang in the outer city had done this. The day before, the news had come out, and it had indeed been done by the 3 murders gang. They had already sent a blackmail letter to the Elixir Alliance, asking for 30 profound pills that could advance one's cultivation. Otherwise, they would kill the hostages and harm Alliance Master Ju's granddaughters. Both sides had been haggling over the price, and unexpectedly, they had been rescued the day before. Bright Moon Householder couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The Elixir Alliance was really powerful. Since they could rescue people from a place like the 3 murders gang, they must have asked many experts to help them. Yes, they were rescued by someone. Alliance Master Ju has been occupied with important matters recently, so he can't go and thank you in person. So, he asked you to do it on his behalf. Bright Moon Householder was bewildered. Deputy Alliance Master Liu, may I ask why he asked me to thank him? It's because the cultivator who rescued Alliance Master Ju's granddaughters is running an elixir store in the outer city. The elixir store is located in the area where you are in charge of supplying elixirs. So, he wants you to take care of that elixir store first, and when Alliance Master is free, he will go and thank him in person. Upon hearing this, Bright Moon Householder was overjoyed. This was obviously a great opportunity for him to curry favor with Alliance Master Ju. As long as he could satisfy that elixir store, he would be able to put in a good word for him in front of Alliance Master Ju in the future. This wasn't a task at all. It was obviously a great opportunity, not to mention taking care of them. Even if he could send elixirs to that elixir store for free, it would still be a good deal. Deputy Alliance Master Liu, thank you for taking care of me. I will never forget it. Bright Moon Householder was very grateful. This was Deputy Alliance Master Liu's help. Otherwise, he could have given this task to the elixir dealers in the vicinity. Deputy Alliance Master Liu revealed a profound smile. It's good that you understand my intention. I came here to inform you in person because I hope that I can take care of this matter before the other Deputy Alliance Master. You are a smart person, and I believe that you won't disappoint me. Chapter 859. Alliance Deputy Master Liu recalled and said, according to Alliance Master Ju's 3 granddaughters, they asked the saleswoman of that elixir store. She seems to be the shopkeeper of the Tonglin elixir store. I don't know his full name. I only know that his surname is Su. After you go there, you can ask about it in detail. Remember to be polite. In the future, Alliance Master Ju will personally thank you. If you leave a bad impression and Alliance Master Ju asks about it, it won't be good. The Elixir Alliance doesn't lack elixir dealers. There are many people who can replace you, Alliance Deputy Master Liu warned him again. Suddenly, Alliance Deputy Master Liu noticed that Bright Moon Householder's expression was strange. It seemed like he was crying, but it also seemed like he was smiling. His face was alternating between blue and white, which was quite strange. What? You don't want to? You don't want to pay for a few elixirs? Alliance Deputy Master Liu's face darkened. He was a little displeased and confused. Bright Moon Householder was a smart and capable man. Why couldn't he give up on such a small profit? Bright Moon Householder showed a smile that was even uglier than his crying face. Alliance Deputy Master Liu, why didn't you come earlier? There were more than 10 shopkeepers with the surname Su in the elixir stores in the outer city. However, there was only one shopkeeper Su in the Tonglin elixir store, Su Yuxian. He was still in the crowd and hadn't left yet. Humph. You don't want to? Alliance Deputy Master Liu squinted his eyes. Bright Moon Householder wanted to die at this moment. Why did it have to be Su Yuxian? How could it be so coincidental? Bright Moon Householder didn't know what to say. Alliance Deputy Master Liu's face darkened. He had thought that this was a small matter that could be done by giving orders. He didn't expect that Bright Moon Householder wouldn't give him face in front of so many people. If you don't want to do it, forget it. I have plenty of people to find. Alliance Deputy Master Liu was thoroughly angry. It was difficult to find alchemists, but it was easier to find elixir dealers. The reason why Bright Moon Householder could become one of the 3 great elixir dealers was that he had relied on his connections to get elixirs from the Elixir Alliance. Of course, Alliance Deputy Master Liu could also get a commission. If he wanted to replace him, it would be easy for him. However, he didn't want to be too troublesome and didn't want to change people frequently. Since Bright Moon Householder didn't know how to appreciate his kindness and offended him, he decided to meet the 4th-ranked elixir seller and ask him to take over Bright Moon Householder's position. He wouldn't suffer any loss. With that, Vice Alliance Master Liu flicked his sleeves and left. Bright Moon Householder looked as if he had lost his parents, and he said hurriedly, "Wait. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." He had said the same thing to Suyu before, but at that time, he had said it in a sarcastic tone. Now, he was wearing a long face. Vice Alliance Master Liu frowned. Speak clearly. He also felt that Bright Moon Householder was behaving strangely today, and he felt that something was not quite right. Since things had already come to this, Bright Moon Householder had no choice but to tell him everything. When he found out that he had just chased Suyu away, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of coincidence is this? Bright Moon Householder gave a brief account of what had happened. However, he still covered up his ugly face, and when Vice Alliance Master Liu heard it, it seemed like Suyu was just making trouble for no reason. However, Vice Alliance Master Liu was a shrewd old man, and he had experienced many worldly affairs. So, how could he not discern the flaws in Bright Moon Householder's words? He said coldly, "A low-grade elixir store's shopkeeper came to bully a supplier's servant for no reason." Humph. Bright Moon, do you think that I'm muddle-headed? It seems to me like you just wanted to curry favor with Faye, so you took the initiative to make things difficult for him. Vice Alliance Master Liu's words hit the nail on the head, and he had already guessed most of what had happened. Bright Moon Householder's face turned pale, and he didn't reply. He was now filled with remorse. If he had just followed Great Shopkeeper Faye's instructions and didn't supply any elixirs, he could have just found a random reason to refuse Suyu's request. But he had done something superfluous and offended Suyu many times. In the end, he even wanted to teach Suyu a lesson, which provoked his 2 divine master guards to attack him. So, how could he salvage the situation? I don't care about your grudges with him, but if you implicate me, then you don't need to come to the Elixir Alliance to look for me in the future, Vice Alliance Master Liu said coldly. His unspoken implication was that he wanted Bright Moon Householder to deal with this matter by himself. If he could resolve the conflict between the two sides, Vice Alliance Master Liu wouldn't meddle in this matter any longer. But, if he couldn't resolve this matter, then he would have to replace Bright Moon Householder in advance to prevent Suyu from speaking ill of Bright Moon Householder in front of Alliance Master Ju. Upon hearing this, Bright Moon Householder's whole body shivered, and he didn't dare to blame anyone else. Yes, I will immediately go and apologize to you, Bright Moon Householder said hurriedly. However, an apathetic voice transmitted from the crowd. Lord Bright Moon, you don't need to trouble me, as I don't want to beg you to give me elixirs. So, you should just keep them for yourself. A moment ago, Bright Moon Householder had mocked Suyu, telling him not to beg him to sell him elixirs when he couldn't hold on any longer. When Vice Alliance Master Liu arrived, Suyu still hadn't walked far, and he heard their conversation clearly. He was quite surprised by this, as he couldn't believe that the Elixir Alliance's Alliance Master Ju's 3 granddaughters were among the several young girls who were saved by Ying Luan. This matter was quite unexpected. As for Bright Moon Householder, Suyu didn't want to pay any attention to such a person. If Bright Moon Householder refused to supply Suyu because of Great Shopkeeper Fei's threat, Suyu would understand him, and he wouldn't make things difficult for him. However, what was laughable was that Bright Moon Householder still wanted to act like a loyal hound and teach Suyu a lesson on Great Shopkeeper Fei's behalf. After all, Suyu didn't want to pay attention to such a disgusting person who flattered him. Even if Bright Moon Householder gave him elixirs for free, Suyu would still feel uncomfortable about it, and he surely didn't want to have any relations with such a person. Bright Moon Householder's face turned pale, and a pleading look appeared in his eyes. He cupped his fists at Suyu and said, "Shopkeeper Su, please spare me. I had eyes, but I didn't recognize you, so please don't take this matter to heart." His unspoken implication was that he was begging Suyu to accept the elixirs. Bright Moon Householder's words had come true, but he was the one who was begging Suyu to accept the elixirs, and it wasn't Suyu who was begging him for them. "Lord Bright Moon, I don't dare to curry favor with you. Farewell." Suyu turned around and left while being escorted by 2 almighty divine masters. Alliance Deputy Master Liu, who witnessed all of this, was astonished. The shopkeeper, who had saved Alliance Master Ju's 3 granddaughters, was among the crowd. Upon witnessing their conflict, Alliance Deputy Master Liu's expression became ice-cold. "Bright Moon Householder, you don't need to come to the Elixir Alliance to look for me in the future. You should look for someone else." He raised his voice on purpose so that everyone could hear him, including Suyu. He wanted to sever all relations with Bright Moon Householder. After he spoke, Alliance Deputy Master Liu flicked his sleeves and left, leaving Bright Moon Householder, who had lost all of his face. On this day, everyone knew that the famous elixir dealer, Bright Moon Householder, had been stripped of his qualifications. Even though he was acquainted with other alchemists in the Elixir Alliance, which alchemist would dare to go against a deputy master and continue befriending him? His elixir dealer career had come to an end here. If he could choose to start all over again, he wouldn't have done such a thing. But, it was a pity that he didn't have a second chance. After Suyu went back to the Tonglin elixir store, he said to the 2 almighty divine masters behind him, "Seniors, many thanks." They both revealed faint smiles and went into hiding. Once Suyu was in danger, they would show themselves once again. As Suyu entered the elixir store, he furrowed his brows slightly. How can I refine the heart-refining mortal dust liquid while being monitored by 2 almighty divine masters? Once people found out that he could recover the lost ancient elixir liquid, he would surely be plagued by troubles. After Suyu went back to his room, he immediately went into secluded meditation to comprehend the 5 elements mysteries art. After a whole night of secluded meditation, Suyu managed to master 3 more Demon Clan's characters. Now that Suyu had managed to master 7 characters, his comprehension of the universe's 5 elements had become more profound. He could gather the 5 elements with just a single thought. This was especially the case for his comprehension of fire. It was unknown whether it was because Suyu had a wisp of tribulation fire in his body, but his comprehension of it had become more profound. If Su Yu started making elixirs now, he would be able to control the flames more smoothly. Su Yu's cultivation of the 5 elements mysteries art was quite smooth, but he could clearly feel that his soul power had become weaker during the cultivation process. Su Yu's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. The curse of being haunted by evil spirits was, after all, a hidden danger. If he didn't get rid of it in time, it would have a grave impact on his soul. Su Yu stood up. It was already dawn, but Ying Luan and Qing Liu, who were outside the room, had nothing to do. They were just looking at the empty elixir store. "Shopkeeper Su, why don't I find a way to look for some elixirs in the black market to make up the numbers? Otherwise, if someone reports you, you will be fired," Ying Luan said after giving it some thought. It was rare for her to come across such a good shopkeeper, so she didn't want to lose him. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. "There is no need for that. I already found the source of the elixirs yesterday." Upon hearing this, Qing Liu and Ying Luan heaved a sigh of relief and exchanged a glance. Delight appeared on their faces. "It's good that I need to go out for a while, so you should just wait in the elixir store. Someone should come to deliver the elixirs today," Su Yu said. He wanted to look for some ancient books in Tianya City to learn more about curses. He also wanted to investigate the fire essence jade's true use. Of course, there was still the extremely important Saint Bloodsoul nourishing stone. Since it was coveted by the evil god, it was surely a miraculous treasure. Qing Liu asked hesitantly, "But, the shopkeeper isn't here, so how can we pay for it?" "You don't need to pay for it. Even if you give it to them, they won't accept it." Su Yu waved his hand at them and swaggered away, leaving the 2 dumbstruck people behind. The Bright Moon householder's affair had been fermented for a whole night, so everyone should have heard about it by now. Everyone knew the reason why he had ended up in such a predicament. At this moment, any smart elixir seller knew that they should curry favor with Su Yu. As long as Su Yu could put in a good word for him in front of the future Alliance Master Ju, they would get more benefits than just a few free elixirs. The smart elixir sellers surely wouldn't miss out on such a good deal. After Su Yu left the elixir store, he went to Tianya City's largest ancient bookstore. The books in the store didn't contain ancient cultivation techniques. Instead, they contained books that introduced the ancient era's culture and helped people understand the ancient era's civilization. Most of these books were copied, but only a small part of them were authentic works from the ancient era. Therefore, there would always be many people who would choose to come here to read the authentic ancient books from the ancient times, hoping to discover hidden ancient cultivation techniques and the like. Unfortunately, all of them returned empty-handed. Since these authentic ancient books could be openly displayed in the shop, it meant that the owner of the bookstore had already read them thousands of times. If there were really secrets, would it be the turn of an outsider? Su Yu went to the largest ancient bookstore in Tianya City, where he was looking for all kinds of ancient books. What he wanted to know about the curse, the fire essence jade, and the sacred bloodsoul nourishing stone could be found here. However, before he entered the bookstore, he saw a petite figure crawling in and out of the bookstore. She seemed to be looking for something. "Little demoness." Su Yu clicked his tongue. Why did I run into this two-faced lowly again? She actually calmed down to look for ancient books instead of plotting to trick people. Chapter 860. Su Yu observed the little demoness calmly as she flipped through some ancient books. Sometimes, she furrowed her brows and sometimes she scratched her head. In the end, she held an ancient book with a golden cover and beamed with joy, as if she had just found a treasure in it. After flipping through the book for a long time, the little demoness put it down contentedly. When she raised her head and saw Su Yu, she was startled. She didn't expect to run into him here. "Oh, it's Brother Yuxian." The little demoness ran over to him with a smile and said, "It turns out that Brother Yuxian also came to Tianya City. It's no wonder that I didn't see you in the sanctum." Su Yu revealed a faint smile. "I also didn't expect that Wuxia would come to Tianya City. It's really fate." "Hehe, that's right. It's really fate. I wonder which shop's shopkeeper you got after you used your special privilege of leaping over the Dragon's Gate. It seems like it can only be a low-grade shop's shopkeeper, right?" Gongsun Wuxia asked with a faint smile. This quota had originally belonged to Gongsun Wuxie. She had planned to make good use of it and earn a large amount of merit points so that she could enter the glittering jewel wonderland. However, Su Yu had snatched it away from her halfway and forced her to carry out a dangerous and troublesome mission. Last time, she had almost died at the hands of the ghost Buddha, but fortunately, she had been saved by a mysterious young expert. Su Yu didn't try to hide it from her. Yes, it's a low-grade shop that owes debts. Where is Wuxie? Didn't you want to earn merit points? Did you come to Tianya City to carry out a mission? Gongsun Wuxie nodded and took pleasure in his misfortune. After you left, the ghost list released a new mission, which is to kill the ghost Buddha. It was carried out by an inner sanctum senior brother who didn't make any progress in the past 3 years, so he was forced to give up. This mission is worth 300,000 merit points. In other words, Su Yu had snatched away her special privilege, but he had missed out on another mission with great merit points. Su Yu found this quite funny. The little demoness had almost died at the hands of the ghost Buddha, yet she still had the nerve to mention it. He was startled, and a look of remorse appeared on his face. Is this true? Did you manage to complete the mission? She had been waiting for such an expression from Su Yu, and she felt much better now. She swung the 2 whips behind her head and couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sky. Wahahaha, who do you think I am? You're just a ghost Buddha, and I can crush you to death with a single finger. Didn't you hear that the 3 Murders gang's leader is dead? Su Yu's expression became quite unnatural, and he asked in surprise, I heard that the 3 Murders gang's master is related to the ghost Buddha. Could it be that you killed the wrong person? His reply caused the little demon to look at him with disdain. He laughed loudly and said, Are you stupid? You still don't understand. The 3 Murders gang is the famous ghost Buddha. Su Yu was shocked. What? You killed the ghost Buddha? The little devil clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, Humph, do you admire me? So you're saying that you obtained 300,000 merit points? Su Yun's face was filled with jealousy. The more he behaved like this, the happier the little demon was. She thought to herself, who asked you to steal my privilege? Mph, now you're jealous of me? Isn't that obvious? The 300,000 merit points are all mine. The little devil raised her head and looked at him with a what do you think expression. Su Yu's expression changed several times. In the end, he sighed dejectedly and asked gloomily, How did you manage to kill the ghost Buddha? The little devil's expression stiffened slightly, but he still boasted, Humph. Are you doubting my abilities? You don't know this, but when the ghost Buddha heard of my great name, Gongsun Wuxie, he was so scared that he wet his pant. She continued speaking, there was an arrogant lad who wanted to rob the ghost Buddha, but he ended up being beaten miserably by the ghost Buddha. The little demoness gestured with her hands and made an exaggerated expression, trying to describe the sorry state of the lad who had been beaten up. Then, she patted her chest and said, in the end, this grandaunt stepped in. In just a few moves, the ghost Buddha was blasted into nothingness. That lad was deeply grateful to me and gave me a great treasure. Black lines appeared on Su Yu's forehead when he heard the little devil shamelessly distorting the truth. He found it quite funny. It was obvious that she had been beaten miserably, and Su Yu had saved her. Yet, in the end, the little devil claimed that it was Su Yu who had been beaten miserably, and she who had saved him. So, that's how it is. You're really amazing, Su Yu said. Gongsun Wuxie crossed her arms in front of her chest, her tail almost reaching the sky. She then said, Of course, I have great abilities. Gongsun Wuxie was in a good mood after showing off, so she didn't care about Su Yu occupying her special privileges anymore. She patted his shoulder and said, Fine, I'm going back to the faction. You can continue to be the shopkeeper. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh as he watched Gongsun Wuxie leave. If she knew that the person she was boasting about was the mysterious old man who had saved her, how would she feel? Su Yu shook his head and strode into the bookstore. The bookstore was quite deserted, and only a few people were quietly looking for ancient books. Sir, what kind of books would you like to borrow? A young attendant walked over with a warm smile on his face. Su Yu swept the surroundings with his gaze, then asked calmly, What's the price? The young attendant replied with a smile, according to the time, it's 10,000 crystals per hour. 10,000. Suyu was startled. He didn't lack 10,000 crystals, but wasn't such a price a little too outrageous? At that moment, he saw a customer pay the bill and leave. He clearly saw that the customer had only paid 10 crystals. If it was 10,000 crystals per hour, then it would cost at least 150 crystals per minute. That customer had been here when Suyu arrived, and he had stayed for more than a few minutes. So, how could he have paid only 10 crystals? Suyu couldn't help but stare at the young man. He could vaguely see a hint of mockery in his eyes, and he also clearly noticed that the young man's gaze kept drifting over to the red blood palace's mark on his chest. Is he deliberately making things difficult for me because of my identity? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Tianya City was located at the border between the Red Blood Palace and the Central Prefecture, and there were many influences from the Central Prefecture in the city that were hostile to the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands. For example, the same rare elixir could be sold to the martial artists of the Central Prefecture for 10 crystals, but sold to the disciples of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands, including the martial artists of the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace, could be sold for 20 crystals. He had seen this in the account book left behind by the previous shopkeeper of the Tonglin elixir store. He had deliberately slaughtered a martial artist of the Central Prefecture to achieve his goal of rejecting him. His guess was correct, as the bookstore in front of him was run by a Central Prefecture influence. Gongsun Wuxie had just entered in casual clothes, so the attendant didn't recognize the Red Blood Palace's mark. Hence, he didn't encounter any trouble. Suyu, on the other hand, was wearing the Red Blood Palace's uniform, so he was immediately reprimanded. If it were an ordinary Red Blood Palace disciple, he would have left in a huff for the sake of his dignity. But it was Suyu. A cold glint flickered in the depths of Suyu's eyes as he nodded slightly. Fine, 10,000 per hour. I don't care about the crystals. Upon hearing that Suyu had agreed instead of leaving in anger, the attendant's smile stiffened, and he wondered inwardly, did I run into a fool? 10,000 crystals per hour was equivalent to 150 crystals per minute. Who would be willing to pay such a high price? What's wrong? Don't you want to borrow my book? Suyu swept his gaze over the attendant. The attendant came back to his senses. He couldn't understand how someone could be so stupid as to agree. However, since there was a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, wouldn't it be intolerable if he didn't slaughter it? Haha, old mister, please come in. May I ask which book do you want to read from the moment you flip through the pages? The attendant despised Suyu inwardly, but he still wore a smile on his face. Suyu glanced around and calmly said, bring me all the books about curses, spiritual stones, and jade in the store. The attendant despised Suyu even more, and he thought to himself, is this person really an idiot? The bookstore is so big, and there are at least 100 books in all 3 categories. How can he possibly read them all at once? Old mister, are you sure? The attendant asked with a smile. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at him. Did I not make myself clear, or are you deaf? Bring me all the ancient books in all 3 categories. Also, bring me the authentic golden ancient book as well. Suyu pointed at the golden ancient book that Gongsun Wuxie had just flipped through. The attendant was inwardly angry, but he couldn't lose his temper. He could only smile apologetically. Yes, I'll speak first. May I ask what kind of ancient book do you want to read? Is it a rubbing or an authentic one? Bring me all the relevant rubbing and authentic ones, Suyu said calmly. The attendant looked at him with disdain, and he couldn't help but remind him, old mister, let me tell you in advance that this shop has a rule. Books can only be read in this shop, and you can't take them out. In addition, every time you borrow a book, you must finish reading it before you leave, in case some martial artists cause trouble and hoard the books without reading them. So, you must finish all the books you borrowed before you leave. How could he possibly finish reading so many books without a few days and nights? If he really calculated it according to 10,000 crystals per hour, even an almighty divine master might not be able to handle it for a few days and nights. He wanted to see how long this martial artist of the Red Blood Palace could last. You talk too much. I told you to take it, so just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Yu reprimanded him with a cold face. The waiter was infuriated, but he had opened the door to do business, and as a waiter, he had no right to openly argue with the customers. So, he could only suppress his anger and, together with the other waiters, scrambled to find all 3 types of books, as well as the golden-covered ancient authentic work that Gongsun Wuxia had seen before. "Old mister, they are all here. Please help yourself." The attendant put down the book and retreated to a distance with the other attendants, staring at Su Yu coldly. The attendants secretly communicated with each other through vital energy. "Zhao Chuan, isn't this too much? 10,000 crystals per hour. He's not a fool, so how could he really pay all the money? I think he's going to take the opportunity to cause trouble," one of the attendants said worriedly. Zhao Chuan was the first attendant, and he curled the corners of his mouth. "Cause trouble? Do we, the Shuzhen bookstore, have to be afraid of someone causing trouble? We're not afraid of him causing trouble, but rather, we're afraid that he won't cause any big trouble." Hearing that, the attendants nodded secretly. The Shuzhen bookstore was backed by a 5th-grade almighty, so not many people dared to cause trouble in the bookstore. One of the attendants asked hesitantly, "What if he really finishes reading all these books?" Zhao Chuan smiled disdainfully. "Isn't that better? It will take several days and nights to finish hundreds of books. Moreover, among these ancient books, there are many unfamiliar languages of various races. He won't be able to finish reading them without 10 days. All we have to do is wait for him to take out the crystals." Humph. Su Yu had asked for so many books, so he was naturally confident. Taking a light breath, Su Yu secretly operated the power of time, allowing himself to enter a state of 400-fold time acceleration. By the time the attendants outside blinked, Su Yu had already finished reading the books for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Moreover, Su Yu had a foundation of knowledge of the various races' languages. In their eyes, the foreign languages that were difficult to understand in the ancient books were almost the same as the human language. Therefore, Su Yu flipped through the books extremely quickly, and he could basically finish a book in 2 hours. In the eyes of the attendants outside, Su Yu was like a phantom, finishing a book in just 10 breaths' time. They could even see that because Su Yu was flipping through the books so quickly, the friction between the books and the air produced flames. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Zhao Chuan was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Su Yu had spent more than 300 hours to read more than 300 books, which was a full 13 days. However, this was the effect of time and space acceleration of 400 times. In the outside world, only a little more than an hour had passed, not even 2 hours. Su Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little haggard. However, after all the hard work, Su Yu had finally obtained some of the answers he wanted from the hundreds of precious ancient books. It turns out that the fire essence jade can also be used to cultivate inner fire. Su Yu was secretly surprised. The fire essence jade was formed in extremely powerful flames after hundreds of years. Each drop was worth millions of crystals, and there was no market for it. It had many uses, mainly as a material for crafting top-grade spiritual artifacts. After adding the fire essence jade, the grade of some fire-based top-grade spiritual artifacts would increase dramatically, and their power would increase exponentially, almost comparable to the prototype of a fairy artifact. In ancient times, this was also a peerless treasure that people fought over. However, because of the harsh environment in which it was born, it was extremely rare and difficult to find. Only then did Su Yu understand the value of this item, which was beyond imagination. However, Su Yu had found another use for the fire essence jade from an ancient book that he had read. Body tempering. If one could withstand the destructive heat of the fire essence jade, he would be able to assimilate it into his body, and he would be able to refine its characteristics. Different fire essences had different characteristics. For example, some fire essences had absorbed fire poison for hundreds of years, so they were extremely poisonous. Some fire essences had been tempered hundreds of times, so they were indestructible. Once ignited, they would never be extinguished. The characteristics of this drop of fire essence from the little demoness were still unknown. If he could refine it into his body, Su Yu would be able to master the characteristics of the fire essence. The only troublesome thing was that the fire essence was extremely dangerous, and even strong all creations would not dare to touch it. Hence, refining it into one's body would be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the ancient human almighties had finally found a way to stabilize it, which was to use the principle that water and fire reinforce and restrain each other. They used an extreme water-based material to neutralize the destructive power of the fire essence, so that it could be safely refined into one's body. This made Su Yu excited, and he had the urge to immediately look for water-based materials. It was rumored that in ancient times, a third-grade almighty martial artist had once used a drop of thousand-year-old water essence to successfully refine a drop of fire essence. In the end, he had obtained a rare fire essence attribute, the heart fire. As long as the enemy was within 100 feet of him, he would be able to affect the enemy's heart fire. If it was light, it would cause the enemy's blood to become chaotic, and they would become careless. If it was heavy, it would cause the enemy to go berserk and die from madness. It was extremely frightening, and even a 6th-grade divine bamboo would not dare to provoke a mere 3rd-grade almighty. Chapter 861. Unfortunately, a water attribute treasure like the 1000-year-old water essence was hard to come by, and it was just as difficult to find as the real spirit dragon veins. Su Yu couldn't help but feel lucky that he had made the wise decision to read the ancient books. It was difficult to find such an obscure use in ordinary ancient books. Only the mysterious civilization of the ancient times had such a magical use left. The news of the fire essence jade was a pleasant surprise. In comparison, the news of the curse made Su Yu's heart sink. The curse was more difficult to deal with than Su Yu had imagined. It was a kind of sorcery in the ancient times. It was mysterious and complicated, and it was said that it had been passed down from a mysterious race other than the human race. There were many kinds of curses, and according to the ancient books, there were more than 1 million known curses. The same symptoms could be hundreds or thousands of different curses, so it was difficult to distinguish which kind of curse it was based on the symptoms alone. If the curse was removed without any knowledge, it could cause the curse to explode. For example, Su Yu's evil spirit haunting curse was only slowly devouring his soul, causing it to weaken gradually. However, if it was removed carelessly, the curse would explode in the form of self-destruction, devouring all of Su Yu's soul energy and killing him on the spot. As long as the curse was not removed, it would be a hidden danger. The ghost Buddha who had cast the curse was already dead, so the only way to remove the curse was Su Yu himself. Once his soul reached the almighty level, he could suppress the curse and expel it by force. There was no other way. The existence of the curse made Su Yu determined to improve his soul energy at all costs. He had to seize every opportunity to improve his soul energy with the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Fortunately, the seeds of the various materials of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid in the 9-jade spiritual pearl had already sprouted. With the supreme growing soil's nature-defying properties, it would only take 3 to 5 days for the materials to mature. Apart from the fire essence jade and the curse, the Saint Blood Soul nourishing stone that Su Yu was very curious about was nowhere to be found. Su Yu had checked all the materials related to stones in the shop, but there was no mention of the Saint Blood Soul nourishing stone. It was as if such a thing did not exist. Could the evil god have lied to me? Su Yu could not help but be confused. However, the evil god's tone and shocked expression appeared in his mind, and it did not seem to be faked. After thinking for a while, Su Yu looked at the piles of ancient books in front of him and could not help but wonder. Is it because I haven't read enough ancient books? It was a pity that there were only so many related books in Shuzhen Library. In the end, the only thing he hadn't seen was the ancient authentic work with a golden cover that Gongsun Wuxie had flipped through. With a shred of curiosity, Su Yu flipped open the ancient authentic writings. As he flipped through a few of them, a decaying aura of the vicissitudes of time assaulted him, intoxicating him. Su Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. What kind of era was the ancient era? Why did they leave behind such a flourishing civilization and not be inherited by the current human race? In the ancient books, there were many things that hadn't been passed down in the modern era, such as the miraculous use of the fire essence jade that Su Yu had discovered. If Su Yu hadn't gone through several hundred ancient books, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover such a great hidden use from a single line of small words. He thought about the Zhenlong continent, where he had been born. That continent had once been a barren continent. Later on, when Shinichen and the others had arrived, the continent had once shown signs of prosperity. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by the Blood Emperor, and its civilization had been severed. Could it be that the human civilization of the Jojo continent had a similar reason? Filled with doubts, Suyu continued to read the ancient authentic writings earnestly. As he flipped through the ancient book, Suyu discovered that it was a dilapidated book. Its cover was intact, but the inside was badly damaged. Most of the pages had been decayed by time and space, turning into dust. Only a few words remained. Fairy Mountain's End, God-seeking road, all stars rise. None of the words were continuous, and they were all intermittent, with only a few words remaining. Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brows. What the hell is this? After reading it for a long time, Suyu still couldn't figure out the content of the ancient authentic writings. Was it a description of the ancient era? But those words were really strange. After flipping through it again and again, Suyu's face was filled with bewilderment. He couldn't figure out what extraordinary thing Gongsun Wuxia had discovered in this book, which had made her so excited. After a moment's deliberation, Suyu gave up on reading the words. Instead, he stared at the decayed, illegible handwriting. It was impossible to discern the nearly obliterated handwriting with the naked eye. Fortunately, Suyu's eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he could even see the leg hairs of a mosquito clearly. Although the handwriting was blurry, it wasn't impossible for him to read it. Suyu's pupils gradually shrank as he stared at the obliterated handwriting. Today, the ink on the paper had long since faded, leaving only the remnants of the brush marks. After flipping through it for a full hour, Suyu finally caught a glimpse of a clue. His heart skipped a beat. On the middle page, he recognized a few lines of small words, and he finally understood what kind of book this was. This wasn't a book that introduced the ancient era at all, but a handwritten note left behind by a man named Yaomu Daoren, which recorded his life experiences. According to the remnant handwriting, he was a peerless strong man who surpassed all creations in the ancient era, and his combat power was no less than a prefecture's king. Later, he fell in a place called the Desolate Evil Jungle, and this handwritten note had inadvertently flowed out of the Desolate Evil Jungle. However, no one knew that this handwritten note had such a shocking origin. A prefecture's king was a peerless strong man who was above all creations, and a supreme being who ruled over the Jojo continent. What kind of treasure was hidden in the place where he fell? Suyu immediately looked down, hoping to find the place where he had passed away in detail in the handwritten book. Unfortunately, in the end, he only obtained information about the Desolate Evil Jungle. Apart from that, there was no other information, which disappointed Suyu greatly. According to the description of the book, the Desolate Evil Jungle was an extremely vast area that was rarely visited by humans. It covered a radius of millions of miles. Even with Suyu's speed, it would still take him several days and nights to cross the Desolate Evil Jungle, so how could he possibly find the place where he passed away? Moreover, just from the name alone, one could tell that the Desolate Evil Jungle was not a good place, and it must be very dangerous. Suyu took a light breath, calmed himself down, and re-examined the ancient authentic work. He hadn't expected that such an ancient book would end up in this kind of bookyard, which was quite surprising. After he finished reading, Suyu looked at the time. Almost 2 hours had passed, and it was time to get up and leave. However, just as he was about to put down the scroll in his hand, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly noticed that there was a very faint sound coming from within the scroll. It sounded like the rustling of sand, which was very faint. In the ears of ordinary people, the sound only lasted for a moment, and most people wouldn't notice it at all. However, Suyu was in a time acceleration state, so the short rustling sound seemed to have been stretched out 400 times in front of him. In Suyu's ears, it was only 1 or 2 breaths' time, but in the ears of others, it was obvious how short it was. Perhaps even the all-creation's strong men wouldn't be able to notice the rustling sound in the book. What's inside? Suyu thought to himself. With a thought, he immediately activated his soul eyes and looked through the whole book. With his transparent eyes, nothing could hide from him. Sure enough, Su Yu found that there were 2 grains of golden sand inside each page of the book. Although the handwritten book was dilapidated, not a single page was missing, and it was very complete. Without a doubt, there was a great secret hidden in the golden sand. It was very likely that Yaomu Daoren had deliberately left it in the book to prevent the handwriting from being damaged. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. However, under the watchful eyes of the attendants, he did not want to show it. He quickly regained his composure and flipped open the ancient authentic work of art. His right palm carelessly touched every page of the book. The waiters who were watching from the side noticed that Su Yu had slowed down, and they could barely see his figure flipping through the pages. This person is really strange. How could he flip through the pages so quickly just now? One of the waiters said. He was really shocked by Su Yu's action of flipping through the book and almost setting it on fire. Zhao Chuan sneered and said, "Wouldn't he dare to be slow? It's 10,000 crystals for 2 hours. If it were me, I would also flip through the pages at the risk of my life." Unfortunately, he thinks that he's smart, and thinks that he can finish reading the book just like that. All the books in our Shizhen library have seals, so whether a person has finished reading all the contents or not will be recorded. Later, we just need to check the seals inside, and we'll be able to make him show his true colors. Humph. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he must pay the price. After a while, Su Yu let out a light breath and put down the ancient authentic work as if nothing had happened. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and at the same time, he stopped accelerating time. He looked up at the waiters and asked, "How long has it been?" 2 hours. Haha, you finished it pretty quickly. Zhao Chuan had a faint smile on his face. Su Yu said leisurely, "Of course. All right, here are the 10,000 crystals." He casually threw 10,000 crystals to Zhao Chuan. He had only spent so much to finish reading half of the books in the library. It was really a good deal. According to an ordinary person's speed, it would take at least 1,000,000 crystals to finish reading all these books. It was only 10,000 crystals, yet Su Yu had managed to gain so much. Su Yu had really made a huge profit. Zhao Chuan grabbed the ring and scanned its contents. His pupils shrank slightly. It really was 10,000 crystals. He couldn't help but size up Su Yu. He hadn't expected that this old man from the Red Blood Palace would have such wealth. 10,000 crystals was a huge sum, even for an almighty divine master. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Su Yu stretched his body and strode out. Wait. Zhao Chuan, along with a few other attendants, blocked Su Yu's way. Su Yu squinted his eyes slightly. Oh. Does the Shizhen library do the business of killing people and robbing people? What are you talking about? Our Shizhen library does business openly. Zhao Chuan raised his eyebrows. Su Yu said calmly, "Oh? So, the money is too little?" Zhao Chuan sneered. "Don't pretend that you don't understand. Let me ask you, do you remember the rules I mentioned?" Rules? Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, "Are you talking about the rule that I have to finish borrowing all the books on the spot, and only then am I allowed to leave?" Zhao Chuan gave him a look that said, "Good that you know, then why don't you go back and continue reading? If you don't finish reading all the books, don't even think about leaving. Also, I advise you to prepare the crystals. If you don't have enough crystals, the Shizhen library will follow the rules and sell you for money. Don't blame us for not showing respect to the Red Blood Palace. I told you to get lost when you came, but you didn't want to. Now, you can't even leave now." Su Yu was surprised. "Oh, I see. Didn't I finish reading all the books? What proof do you have that I didn't finish reading them?" Zhao Chuan looked at him with disdain. "I knew you would say that." As he spoke, he randomly picked out a book that Su Yu had borrowed and sneered. "I'm afraid you don't know this, but all books have seals on them. As long as you inject a bit of vital energy into them, the seals will react and record the reading progress of the previous owner. The more you finish reading, the redder the light emitted by the seals will be. The deepest color will be blood red. On the contrary, if you don't read a single word, it will be pure white." Chapter 862. Su Yu shrugged. "Didn't I say that I've finished reading it?" Zhao Chuan laughed angrily. "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." As he spoke, Zhao Chuan activated the seal. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the book. Zhao Chuan laughed coldly. "Open your dog eyes wide and see what kind of light this is." His words came to an abrupt halt. The guards around him also looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were petrified and could not move at all. This was because the light that erupted from the book was not white, but red, and it was the deepest blood-red light. This meant that Su Yu had finished reading the entire book, without missing a single word. "Blood-red light. Looks like your dog eyes weren't wide enough," Su Yu said leisurely. Zhao Chuan was startled, his face full of disbelief. "How could this be? This is impossible." With a look of disbelief, Zhao Chuan grabbed another book and activated the seal, causing another blood-red light to erupt. He was shocked, then grabbed a few more books in succession. Each time, a blood-red light appeared. He was stunned, shocked, and at a loss. Impossible. How could this be? Theoretically speaking, how could a person finish reading the entire book in such a short period of time? Su Yu said calmly, "Since there's nothing else, can I leave now?" Zhao Chuan, who had just recovered from his shock, was embarrassed and angry. "You want to leave? Humph, I suspect that you used some underhanded method to secretly change the seal. Before I investigate this thoroughly, you can't leave Shuzhen Bookyard." Su Yu regained his senses, his eyes narrowing. "What if I insist on leaving?" Zhao Chuan's face was gloomy. "Humph, that's not up to you. Capture him." As he spoke, a group of people pounced forward, trying to capture Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes were cold, and he laughed coldly. "I've put up with you for a long time. Since you want to die, don't blame me." The people who had surrounded Su Yu were merely a group of fourth-grade fairy attendants. Their fate was obvious. Su Yu's Buddhist saint's 8 characters had sent them all flying, crashing into a large number of bookshelves. The entire bookyard was in a mess. Zhao Chuan was shocked. A middle-grade legendary cultivation technique. Oh no, he's hiding a powerful strength. Inform the master immediately. As he screamed, he fled towards the back of the hall. His expression was one of panic and terror. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. "The main culprit is you." After a few breaths, Su Yu flew over and easily blocked his path. He then casually struck his abdomen with his palm, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward, crashing into the wall. This attack directly shattered Zhao Chuan's dantian. In the world of martial artists, a person with a crippled dantian was equivalent to a cripple. And if this cripple was too arrogant when he was alive and offended too many people, his ending was obvious. In the twinkling of an eye, Su Yu had taken care of all the attendants, leaving the entire library in a complete mess. His swift and fierce methods caused the attendants who had fallen to the ground to not dare to move forward. They were extremely terrified. How could they have expected Su Yu to be so powerful? If they had known this would happen, they would never have followed Zhao Chuan's lead and bullied others. Su Yu retracted his palm and coldly glanced at Zhao Chuan, whose dantian had been destroyed. "This is a lesson for you." After saying this, Su Yu strode out of the bookyard. Not long after he left, 2 strong men hurriedly walked out of the inner hall of the bookyard. They were both almighty existences. If Su Yu had been here, he would have surely recognized one of the middle-aged scholars. He was none other than Bright Moon Householder, who had been stripped of his right to cooperate with the Elixir Alliance. Beside him was a dark-skinned woman in a black robe. She had an extremely arrogant look on her face. What happened? The black-robed woman glanced around and shouted in a deep voice. The attendants did not dare to hide anything, so they told her everything that had happened just now. When she found out that it was a student of the Red Blood Palace who had done this, the black-robed woman flew into a rage. "You've gone too far. Does the Red Blood Palace really think that Tianya City is still the same Tianya City that only belongs to the blessed and heavenly lands?" Then, her cold gaze fell on Zhao Chuan. "But, this matter started because of you, so you can't escape death. Die." With a flick of her finger, a whiff of vital energy shot through Zhao Chuan's head. He did not even have time to beg for mercy before he was killed on the spot. Bright Moon Householder frowned slightly. "Mistress Qin, should I chase after that student of the Red Blood Palace and capture him?" The dark-skinned woman was the mistress of the Shuzhen bookstore. "No need. Now isn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Red Blood Palace. When the time comes, the Red Blood Palace's influence in Tianya City will suffer. Mistress Qin waved her hand and ordered the other attendants to clean up the store. Then, she said with an expectant look on her face, "Don't tell anyone about our conversation just now. It's related to Yaomu Daeron's relic, so it's no small matter." Bright Moon Householder's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head discreetly. "I understand. Thank you, Mistress Qin, for giving me such an opportunity. Don't mention it. The Central Prefecture has seen what happened to Bright Moon Householder. Since the Elixir Alliance doesn't care about friendship, Bright Moon Householder doesn't need to show any mercy. It turned out that after Bright Moon Householder was stripped of his right to participate in the Elixir Alliance, some people in the Central Prefecture noticed him and tried to rope him in. After all, he was a second-grade almighty strong man with outstanding power. Bright Moon Householder will surely do his best." Bright Moon Householder revealed a faint smile and swore inwardly that he would surely make the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper Su regret it. As for Su Yu, he went into secluded cultivation after returning to the Tonglin Elixir Store. His eyes shone brightly, and he slowly opened his right palm. As the Milky Way's starlight disappeared, more than 200 grains of golden sand were left on his palm. These were the golden sand that he had obtained from Yaomu Daeron's personal letter. Chapter 863. After observing it for a long time, Su Yu still couldn't find anything special about the golden sand. Apart from its strange color and hard texture, there was nothing special about it. Su Yu used all kinds of methods, including instilling vital energy into it, soaking it in water, and burning it, but the golden sand didn't change at all. Is it really just ordinary sand? Am I overthinking it? Su Yu couldn't help but doubt himself. However, the sand was hidden so deeply that it was quite unusual. After fixing his eyes on it for a long time, Su Yu stared at the fine grains of sand. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. It seemed as if every grain of sand was different. Su Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he started observing the shape of the golden sand. The sand was very fine, so it could avoid being seen by everyone. Even with Su Yu's eyesight, it took him a lot of effort to recognize the shape of the golden sand. It was only after an hour that Su Yu finally managed to identify the specific appearance of the sand. To be precise, it wasn't a certain shape. It was a type of language. The golden sand was actually carved into small, weak characters that were as small as dust. Judging from the handwriting, these characters belonged to the Mu language, so Su Yu wasn't unfamiliar with them. What was strange was that the 200 characters were very rare, and Su Yu could only recognize less than 10% of them. He had thought that his foundation in the Mu language was pretty good, so even the deputy general manager favored him and entrusted him with important tasks. He didn't expect that he could only recognize less than 10% of the 200 Mu words in his hand. Su Yu couldn't help but feel ashamed. His foundation was still not good enough. It seemed like he would have to continue studying the treasure of words left by Yunyazi. If he wanted to solve the secret of the golden sand, he would have to learn all of these words. Just as he was about to calm down and study these Wood Clan's characters, Ying Luan ran over excitedly and shouted at the entrance, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, someone is here to see you." "Who?" Su Yu asked. Ying Luan replied excitedly, "It's an elixir vendor from Tianya City." Su Yu lost interest when he found out that it was an elixir vendor, so he said calmly, "Didn't I say that if an elixir vendor sends elixirs, you can just accept them?" While Su Yu was in the Shuzhen Bookyard, 3 or 4 elixir vendors came to deliver elixirs. Ying Luan and the others accepted them according to Su Yu's instructions. Ying Luan was so excited that she stuttered, "No, it's the 5th-ranked Huang family elixir." Su Yu replied calmly, regardless of his ranking, "Ask him to leave the elixir and his name behind. I still have matters to attend to, so I can't meet any guests." Ying Luan's jaw nearly dropped when she heard that. It was fine if he didn't want to meet some small elixir vendors, but the Huang family elixir was famous in Tianya City. How could the shopkeeper neglect them? Originally, the Tonglin Elixir Store had been sanctioned by shopkeeper Fei, and none of the elixir vendors dared to sell elixirs to them. But now, someone had come to them, yet Su Yu was still so cold and indifferent. This really confused Ying Luan. But, shopkeeper Su, the one who came is the Huang's elixir store, which is ranked 5th in the inner city. Their elixirs are of high quality, and they have a good reputation. Their reputation is even better than the Bright Moon householders. All previous shopkeepers wanted to establish a relationship with them, but were all rejected. So, why didn't you seize this opportunity? Even Ying Luan was anxious for Su Yu. Su Yu thought to himself. He wasn't the one who should seize this opportunity, but the elixir vendors. They all wanted to use their relationship with Su Yu to get into the Elixir Alliance's good books, so that they could take over the Bright Moon householder's position. Just follow my instructions. No matter who comes, just leave the elixir and his name behind. I have no time to entertain you, Su Yu said in a solemn tone. Ying Luan could discern Su Yu's displeasure, so she stuck out her tongue at him. She then turned around anxiously and prepared to go back to report on her mission. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a hearty laugh reverberated in the back hall. You don't even want to meet me? Su Yu raised his brows. The voice sounded familiar, and as he tried to recall it, a person's figure appeared in his mind. He was slightly surprised. Is it him? Su Yu's gaze shifted as he stood up to open the door and walk out of the elixir store. He immediately noticed a blue-robed middle-aged man in the crowd. He was a guard of the Red Blood Palace's headquarters in Tianya City. He was a middle-aged man with the surname Ju, and he had a powerful cultivation of a level 1 divine master. This person had always given Su Yu the impression that he was overly enthusiastic, so his sudden visit made Su Yu wary. So, it's Senior Ju. Su Yu cupped his hands at him and wore a faint smile on his face. The middle-aged man with the surname Ju sized up the Tonglin elixir store and looked at the elixir vendors in the vicinity. He couldn't help but chuckle as he said, I knew you weren't an ordinary person the first time I saw you, and in just a few days, you've become a celebrity in the inner city. Now, everyone knows that you saved the 3 granddaughters of the Elixir Alliance's Alliance Master Ju and formed a relationship with this great man. Su Yu smiled modestly. I just did it in passing. How could I dare to form a relationship with Alliance Master Ju? Hehe, aren't you going to invite me in? The middle-aged man with the surname Ju smiled. Su Yu furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't want to get too close to him, but he couldn't refuse him in public. So, he could only say, Senior, you must be joking. Please, come in. Then, Su Yu said to Ying Luan and Qing Liu, if it's not an important person, don't come and inform me. Ying Luan nodded obediently. After they entered, she blushed and said to a white-robed old man in the crowd, I'm sorry, Elder Huang. I couldn't let our shopkeeper meet you. The old man with the surname Huang was the founder of the Huang's elixir store, as well as its current leader. His face was somewhat awkward, as he was a well-known figure in the inner city. Many almighty divine masters would seek his help in obtaining elixirs that were kept confidential by the Elixir Alliance. However, in front of a small elixir store, he had been refused entry. In fact, Su Yu had even instructed his employees not to disturb him unless he was an important person. In Su Yu's eyes, people like him were not important at all. How could Elder Huang not be embarrassed? However, he was, after all, a businessman, and he had endured all kinds of humiliation, let alone this kind of contempt that wasn't even worth mentioning. Hehe, little girl, this has nothing to do with you. Since shopkeeper Su has spoken, then we'll do as he says. Here are 5,000 different kinds of low-grade spiritual elixirs, 500 middle-grade spiritual elixirs, and 50 top-grade spiritual elixirs. I heard that shopkeeper Su has run into some trouble, but I'm unable to help. So, I'll give these to shopkeeper Su as a gift. Ying Luan and Qing Liu sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the onlookers were shocked. Low-grade spiritual elixirs are worth around 10 crystals, middle-grade spiritual elixirs are worth at least 100 crystals, and top-grade spiritual elixirs are worth around 1,000 crystal. The value of these elixirs alone was no less than 150,000 crystals. For the Tonglin elixir store, this is almost half a year's worth of sales. How extravagant. It seems like Elder Huang has spent a lot of money. I heard that his elixir store isn't having a good time now, as it's being suppressed greatly. That's true. Although his Huang's elixir store is ranked highly, its relationship with the Elixir Alliance isn't as strong as the top 4 stores. More and more of the Elixir Alliance's alchemists, he knows, are turning to the top 4 elixir vendors. If this goes on, in just a few decades, Huang's elixir store will be reduced to a small vendor. In this line of work, the big fish preyed on the small fish, while the small fish preyed on the shrimps. The strong became stronger, while the weak became weaker. In the end, only one of them would be left standing. This was why Huang's elixir store had spared no effort to gain Su Yu's favor. He didn't ask Su Yu to appoint him as the Bright Moon householder's successor. As long as he could put in a few good words for him in front of the Alliance Master Jew, it would be worth 150,000 crystal. I'll take my leave. Elder Huang put down the elixir, then turned around and left with the help of his family members. In this uninhabited place, the Huang family members who came with them had ugly expressions on their faces. There was more or less anger on their faces. This surnamed Su is looking down on people too much. Our Huang family came to him in such a way, yet he refused to let us in, a middle-aged woman said angrily. That's right, Grandpa. He's too hateful. He said in front of us that we shouldn't disturb people who aren't important to us. He's going too far. Our Huang family is a respectable family, so how can we continue living in the city in the future? A young girl clenched her teeth. It was obvious that she was also infuriated. The last one was a middle-aged man, who said in a deep voice, Father, are you sure that you can gain shopkeeper Su's favor? Our Huang family's days were already difficult, and now, we have to go against shopkeeper Fei's pressure and sell elixirs to shopkeeper Su. If we lose the Heavenly Fragrance elixir store's business in the end, and we lose our relationship with the Alliance Master Jew, our Huang family will be in an even more difficult situation. When he heard their complaints, Elder Huang revealed a calm smile. Since we're already here, we should just take things as they come. Instead of waiting for our doom and dying in silence, why don't we take a gamble? Maybe we'll have a chance to turn things around. But Grandpa, isn't a gift of 150,000 elixirs a little too much? In my opinion, an elixir store of his level would be able to give us 10,000 or 20,000 elixirs. The young girl was still unwilling to accept this. Elder Huang chuckled. Fine, since we've already made our decision, it's useless to regret it. Let's see whether this person can bring us a chance to turn things around. Apart from him, the rest of the Huang family members wore an unnatural expression. They didn't have a good impression of Su Yu. Even if they won Su Yu's favor, even if he put in a good word for them in front of the Alliance Master Jew, how much could they change the Huang family's predicament? Would the Alliance Master Jew hand over all of Bright Moon Householder's channels to the Huang family just because of Su Yu's words? At most, he would instruct the Elixir Alliance to take care of the Huang family a little. In their eyes, paying such a price was really not worth it. Meanwhile, Su Yu was in the house, talking to the middle-aged man surnamed Jew, who had suddenly come to visit. Even an elixir store like the Huang family has a favor to ask of you. It seems like you're in an extraordinary position now, the middle-aged man surnamed Jew said with a smile. Su Yu was somewhat helpless. I prefer to keep a low profile. It's not a good thing to be in the limelight. The middle-aged man surnamed Jew's eyes flickered with a shrewd light, but he still wore a smile on his face. It's good that you understand. The Huang family isn't having a good time now, and many influences in the Elixir Alliance are preparing to get rid of them in exchange for their trusted aides. As an elixir store owner, it's best that you don't get too close to them, lest the Elixir Alliance resent you and affect your business. Is that so? Su Yu nodded inwardly. Chapter 864. Ju looked calm. Of course not. I heard about you, so I came here in the hope of helping you. I know the second-ranked elixir vendor, the Wutong Yard. They are willing to supply you with elixirs, but they are in urgent need of some talents. If you can help them, they will agree to reject the Heavenly Fragrance elixir store's request to block your supply, and they will provide you with an endless supply of elixirs at a favorable price. Su Yu's expression did not change. I'm just a small elixir store's shopkeeper. How can I help them? It's very simple. You just need to translate this elixir recipe, and you will be able to help them. Ju took out an old elixir recipe and unfolded it in front of Su Yu. Translate. Su Yu could not help but look over. The words on the elixir recipe were not written in the human language, but Mu language. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became vigilant. The Deputy General Manager's warning appeared in his mind. Do not expose your ability to read the Mu language, or you will be killed. He had long felt that Ju was overly enthusiastic about him, and he was suspicious. Now that he had taken out an elixir recipe in the Mu language for him to translate, it was obvious that he was trying to test whether Su Yu was proficient in the Mu language. Su Yu did not believe that this was a coincidence. There was a big problem with this Ju. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil, but he remained calm on the surface. His brows furrowed, and he looked at the recipe for a long time. Then, he asked in surprise, "Senior Ju, may I ask what this is? Is it an ancient language, or some kind of symbol? How could such a strange elixir recipe exist in this world?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man with the surname Ju was staring at Su Yu, taking in every single detail of his expression. After ascertaining that Su Yu wasn't faking it, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows. However, it only lasted for a moment, and he revealed a regretful look. "This is just a very peculiar font. If you really don't recognize it, then I can't help you." Su Yu looked disappointed. "It's my fault for not being knowledgeable enough. I can't blame anyone. Thank you for your help, Senior." Ju cupped his hands in greeting. "Take care of yourself. With the help of the Huang Elixir Store, I think you should be able to get through this crisis. It's getting late, and I have to go back to stand guard. Goodbye." Su Yu got up and watched him leave the street. "Should I tell the Deputy General Manager?" Su Yu thought as he stared at Ju and shook his head. This person was extremely cautious. From the beginning to the end, he did not give himself away. There was no evidence to speak of. Shaking his head, Su Yu returned to the back hall and continued to comprehend the Mu words left behind by Yu Nyazi. At the end of the horizon, the expression of the middle-aged man with the surname Ju became gloomy. "It seems like the Mu language expert sent by the Red Blood Palace isn't him. What a waste of my time. However, if it's not him, then who is it? Could it be that Gongsun Wuxie who came from the outside sanctum to carry out a mission?" Ju changed his target from Su Yu to Gongsun Wuxie. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yu woke up from his 400 times accelerated state. After a day of arduous training, Su Yu had learned a lot of Mu words, including 10% of the Mu words carved from the golden sand. However, the golden sand was very messy and couldn't be arranged in any order. Although Su Yu could recognize 20% of them, he couldn't read them all. If he could decipher all the words, with patience, he might be able to piece together the specific sequence of the 200 words and unravel the secrets within. When he was about to continue, a warm voice sounded from the door. "Shopkeeper Su, today is the auction. Did that senior meet with you?" Two people were standing at the door. They were the two divine masters from the Red Blood Palace's auction house who were secretly protecting Su Yu. "He arrived so quickly." Su Yu's eyes lit up. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid was crucial for him to gain merit points on this trip, and whether he could make the heart-refining mortal dust liquid famous today was even more crucial. After opening the door, the two divine masters stared at Su Yu, eager to know whether that senior had come. "No, ever since he handed the elixir to me to handle, he has disappeared without a trace," Su Yu said. The two of them didn't look disappointed, but just sighed softly. In fact, they had been secretly observing Su Yu's every move outside his house for the past few days, and they had already determined that no suspicious person had come looking for him. They were just hoping that they could get lucky this time. Forget it. Since that senior isn't willing to come, shopkeeper Su will attend the auction on his behalf. You can also use the VIP card given to you by the cabinet master. Su Yu nodded, then went to the Red Blood Palace's auction house while being escorted by the two men. Today's Red Blood Palace's auction house was a little special, as everyone knew that the Central Prefecture had consigned 3 auction items 3 days ago. They were demonic beast materials, a restaurant, and an elixir. Their purpose was to embarrass the related industries of the Red Blood Palace. He couldn't help but wonder. How humiliating would it be to use these 3 brand new auction items, which possessed great advantages, to crush the confidence of the Red Blood Palace's related industries in the Red Blood Palace's auction. If the 3 auction items became extremely popular, the Red Blood Palace, as a stepping stone, would be even more humiliated. This time, the Central Prefecture's influences had deliberately chosen the auction house. Even if they didn't deliberately advertise it, many people would still come to watch the show. This was in line with their expectations, as they would be able to make their new auction items famous and quickly promote them. The Red Blood Palace was badly battered by this, and they were exhausted from dealing with it. If the Central Prefecture's influences succeeded, how could they continue operating in Tianya City? They would only become a joke in the future. A tense atmosphere filled the Red Blood Palace's auction house, especially the leader of the 3 industries, the shopkeeper of the largest demonic beast materials shop, Lin Ming, the shopkeeper of the restaurant's largest shop, Yu Linglong, and the shopkeeper of the elixir shop, Fei Hang. The 3 of them had just been severely reprimanded by the deputy general manager a few days ago, so it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under right now. It was rumored that the deputy general manager would personally participate in the auction today, and if their performances didn't satisfy him, the consequences would be grave. Since the auction hadn't started yet, Suyu wasn't brought directly to the auction venue. Instead, he went to the resting room. This place was where all of the auction items' owners were gathered. Suyu was the auction owner of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, so he naturally had to wait here. After Suyu entered the resting room, he quickly found the 3 shopkeepers, Lin Ming, Yu Linglong, and Fei Hang. His entrance attracted the gazes of the people in the resting room. Most of them just glanced at him casually, but Fei Hang's eyes flickered as he asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Suyu chuckled. "Is it possible that my sanctum's auction house is also run by great shopkeeper Fei? Can't I come here without your permission?" As he spoke, Suyu casually found a chair and sat down. He wore a faint smile on his face and seemed quite calm. Fei Hang's face flushed. He had already heard about the Bright Moon householder's matter, and he was quite surprised to hear that this person was unexpectedly related to the Elixir Alliance, which had caused many elixir vendors to become restless and stop obeying his orders. Moreover, the Huang family had even given him a generous gift, which had helped to resolve the Tonglin elixir store's crisis. In his eyes, Suyu was just an insignificant person who wasn't worth mentioning. However, in order to warn the other elixir store's shopkeepers, he felt that it was necessary to punish Suyu. However, who would have expected that he wouldn't be able to punish Suyu, and he would instead lose a stable elixir supplier? What was more serious was that Suyu had set an extremely vile example, and it was likely that more elixir stores shopkeepers would seek refuge with Suyu and rely on his elixir suppliers to supply them with their goods. This was the most serious matter, and it was also the one that he couldn't tolerate. "Humph! What are you so proud of? As long as you are still in Tianya City, you will be under the jurisdiction of my Elixir Alliance. After the auction, I will settle the score with you." Fei Hang snorted coldly. Suyu curled his lips disdainfully. "Do as you wish." The only thing that the trifling Elixir Alliance could use to threaten Suyu was the supply of elixirs. However, Suyu would be able to produce his own supply in a few days, so why would he need to care about the Elixir Alliance's attitude? What was there to fear? Yu Linglong and Lin Ming furrowed their brows when they saw their bickering. As the 3 great shopkeepers, they were well aware of great shopkeeper Fei's character. They had also heard about what had happened in the Elixir Alliance. It was rumored that great shopkeeper Fei had exploited the other small and middle-grade elixir stores in order to maintain the Heavenly Fragrance elixir store's sales. The other shopkeepers were infuriated, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was only the new Tonglin elixir store's shopkeeper who spoke bluntly and left on the spot, which infuriated great shopkeeper Fei. Great shopkeeper Fei's schemes were loathsome, but it was also difficult for them to accept someone like Suyu, who offended his superior. If Suyu was in their line of work, he would also detest shopkeepers who didn't listen to orders. After all, how could he manage his own stores? "Are you one of the sanctum's outer sanctum disciples?" Lin Ming sized Suyu up, while his gaze was filled with disdain. Suyu's expression was calm and composed. He had already witnessed Lin Ming's attitude and tone, so he wouldn't be polite to him. "Who are you?" Lin Ming had intended to lecture him verbally, but he ended up questioning Su Yu in an overbearing manner. Moreover, Su Yu didn't even know him, which made him lose face. So, he just snorted coldly and said, "Since you came to Qianya City, why didn't you inquire about your various industries? It seems to me that your elixir store isn't doing well." Su Yu replied indifferently, "Hehe, it seems like it's the demonic beast materials industry that isn't doing well, isn't it?" There were 3 industries that had suffered the greatest blows from the central prefecture, and demonic beast materials were one of them. "Lad, how dare you?" Lin Ming's face flushed as he slapped the table and glared at Su Yu angrily. Su Yu was calmly enjoying the fruits on the table, and he didn't even raise his eyelids as he spoke calmly. "If you want to mock someone, you must be prepared to be humiliated. Since you don't even have the slightest awareness of this, why did you open your mouth and invite humiliation upon yourself?" Lin Ming was infuriated, and he finally understood Fei Hang's feelings. This old lad was a fearless person, and talking to him would infuriate him to death. Chapter 865. Now that Lin Ming had provoked her, she wouldn't reprimand Su Yu directly. She just cast a disdainful glance at Su Yu. In her eyes, they all had noble statuses, and they weren't on the same level as a low-grade elixir store's shopkeeper. When the scene quieted down, a mocking laughter echoed from outside the door. "The Red Blood Palace is quite interesting. We haven't even arrived, yet they are already fighting each other." Hehe. Hearing this, the 3 managers glared at him in unison, and they were extremely furious. However, when the person outside the house walked in, the expressions of the 3 changed at the same time. The 3 people who came in were 3 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings. They looked like ordinary warriors. Among the 3 of them, the pale-skinned middle-aged man in the middle walked in the middle. He was skinny and looked like a bag of bones. His eyes were long and narrow, and the corners of his mouth were curled up in a mocking smile. He seemed exceptionally mean. He was the one who mocked them. He was also the leader of the 3. "The Celestial Spirit Halls Huanggue?" Fei Hang enunciated each and every word clearly. The Hall of Celestial Spirits was an elixir store that had risen in the past 10 years. It was also the vanguard of the elixir forces in the central prefecture. 10 years ago, the Hall of Celestial Spirits was just a middle-grade store. This year, however, it had surpassed the number 1 store, the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store, in terms of sales. It had become the most popular elixir store. Its momentum was extremely fierce, and its fame was getting bigger and bigger. In the long run, the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store's situation would only get worse and worse. Because of this, Fei Hang was reprimanded by the Deputy General Manager. How could Fei Hang not hate the Hall of Celestial Spirits? Hu Wangue's long and narrow eyes glanced at Fei Hang, while he let out a strange laugh and said in a sharp voice, "Well, isn't this our shopkeeper, Fei? If I had known earlier that it was you quarreling with your fellow disciples, I wouldn't have said that you were dogs biting each other." He purposely emphasized the word dog bites dog to humiliate them. Fei Hang was a person who cared a lot about his reputation, and he was embarrassed that he was humiliated in public. He clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Hu Wangue, what are you so pleased about? You've only been the owner of the number 1 elixir store for a few months. Who do you think you are?" Hu Wangue revealed a mocking smile. "I'm obviously nothing, but I'm still better than a drowning dog, aren't I?" Immediately, the 2 middle-aged men beside him sneered. "You've gone too far." Fei Hang's face turned red. Lin Ming and Yu Linglong were also furious, but they were much calmer than Fei Hang. "Shopkeeper Fei, there's no need to argue with them. We'll just compete in the auction. Aren't they trying to embarrass us during the auction? Then, we'll just make them scram back with their tails between their legs." Yu Linglong said coldly. Hu Wangue examined Yu Linglong and sneered. "You are quite confident. If shopkeeper you were to become a restaurant's dancer, you would probably be able to defeat us. At that time, I would also come to support you." His gaze swept over Yu Linglong's alluring figure without any concealment. Although she was already middle-aged, she still retained her charm and could be considered a beauty. In a place like a restaurant, the success or failure of business depended not only on the variety of wine and dishes, but also on the entertainment programs. Martial artists usually did not pay much attention to the quality of the food and wine. As long as it was passable, it was not a big deal. However, entertainment programs were more attractive to them. If there were noble and beautiful dancers performing, business would undoubtedly be much better. Yu Linglong was so infuriated by such humiliating words that her whole body shivered. But she could only swallow her anger and say coldly, "You will know during the auction." Hu Wangui chuckled and looked at Lin Ming. He then revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Shopkeeper Lin, in the past, your demonic beast materials store was the most powerful store in Tianya City. But now, half of it has been occupied by someone else. Don't you understand? Doesn't your Red Blood Palace have any capable people? Why are you still keeping such trash here?" Lin Ming was infuriated. "You, Hu Wangui, don't be too complacent. Isn't it just that you are ahead of us for the time being? What's so amazing about it?" Hu Wangui sneered. "We are obviously amazing. Why? Are you not satisfied with it?" Lin Ming was infuriated. But he could not do anything about it. The current situation of the Central Prefecture's various industries was enough to prove this. Their opponents were stronger than him. This was the reason why he, Yu Linglong, and Fei Hang didn't argue with them. It was because they were indeed inferior to them, and if they continued arguing, they would just bring more humiliation upon themselves. The three shopkeepers were left speechless, and Hu Wangui felt quite carefree. The sneer at the corners of his mouth became more pronounced, and he looked at Su Yu, who was the last person among them. Even though he didn't know who Su Yu was, he still didn't plan to let him off. "Well, since you were reprimanded by two of the three shopkeepers, it seems like you aren't an ordinary person. The dog-eat-dog show just now was quite splendid." Hee. Su Yu's eyes were still closed, and he seemed like he was enjoying his time. He turned a deaf ear to Hu Wangui's mockery. Hu Wangui sneered. "What? Don't you want to say anything?" Even though it seemed like he was mocking Su Yu, he still wanted to inquire about Su Yu's identity. It was just like he had said, since Su Yu could become enemies with the three shopkeepers, he surely had some ability. Su Yu opened his eyes slowly and looked at Hu Wangui calmly. He then asked calmly, "Do you really want me to say anything?" Hu Wangui chuckled, and his smile became even more mocking. "Speak. Are you afraid? It's no wonder, as even you three shopkeepers don't dare to utter a fart, let alone you." Su Yu chuckled and flicked the dust off his sleeves. "Fine, it's you who asked me to speak. What I want to say is, can you speak like a normal person? I really don't know who your teacher is, but you have such a refined and feminine temperament. You must have been taught by a famous teacher, as well as practiced diligently for many years." When Hu Wangui heard this, killing intent flickered in his eyes, while the other two people next to him were startled, and they both looked at Su Yu with angry gazes. Hu Wangui squinted his eyes and revealed a bright smile. "You are really daring. Fine. I will remember you." Su Yu spread out his hands. "I didn't want to say it, but you forced me to. Fine, now that I have said it, you got angry. Aren't you trying to be cheap?" Splutter. Yu Linglong almost burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth, and the anger in her heart dissipated. At first, Su Yu was just sitting there with his eyes closed, and he didn't provoke anyone, yet Hu Wangui provoked him. It seemed like Hu Wangui was addicted to talking, and he wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. However, Su Yu was extremely daring, and he didn't have any misgivings. He had poked Hu Wangui's weak spot on the spot, and he had angered him. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like Hu Wangui had just brought disgrace upon himself. As Yu Linglong looked at Su Yu, she suddenly felt like this lad's vicious tongue wasn't a bad thing, and it seemed like she would benefit greatly from standing on the same side as him. Hu Wangui's expression became unsightly. In his early years, he had cultivated a feminine cultivation technique, which caused his voice to be extremely sharp. He was often ridiculed, and none of the people who ridiculed him survived. This matter wasn't a secret in Tianya City, and those who knew about it didn't dare to ridicule his voice. Even his enemies would restrain themselves and rarely infuriate him. Yet, a reckless old man dared to ridicule him in front of everyone. Hu Wangui felt like his reverse scale had been touched. "You have a sharp tongue, and you will surely have a good time after the auction, Hu Wangui said angrily. Su Yu chuckled. Since you are full of mockery, I assumed that your ability to resist mockery was great. Is this the end of it? If you don't have such power, then don't be so rude. Hu Wangui was already infuriated, yet Su Yu still didn't let him off. This infuriated him greatly, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. You are courting death. Swoosh. Many people started moving, and it seemed like Hu Wangui wanted to attack him on the spot. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he thought. Attack me? Hee, my 2 bodyguards are still watching in the dark. Brother Hu, don't fall for their trap. This is the Red Blood Palace's auction house, and once you start fighting here, you will be breaking the rules here, and they will then find an excuse to cancel our right to participate in the auction. So, bear with it for now, and don't lose sight of the bigger picture just because of a small matter. The 2 middle-aged men next to him tried to dissuade him. Hu Wangui's heart skipped a beat, and he curbed his killing intent. He then suppressed the vital energy revolving in his body and looked at Su Yu coldly. Fine, consider yourself lucky. Su Yu chuckled. Let's continue. Weren't you barking loudly a moment ago? So, why aren't you making any noise now? Killing intent surged in Hu Wangui's heart, but he still had to suppress his anger. He closed his eyes and sat at the side, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Well, did you just fall asleep? Continue with your mocking lips. You're done for just like that. You're too useless. How can a piece of trash like you be the boss of 3 people? Sigh, and the 2 of you, would you rather be suppressed by a fake woman? Are you still men? Su Yu kept jabbering, and even the other 2 middle-aged men from the central prefecture started criticizing him. Those 2 people were infuriated by Su Yu's scolding. Hu Wangui was so infuriated that his whole body shivered, and he wished badly to slap Su Yu to death. He felt like he had just poked a hornet's nest, and he couldn't help but feel vexed. A strange scene appeared in the lounge. A level 3 fairy realm lad was endlessly berating 3 lofty experts. However, the 3 of them were all ninjas, so they just closed their eyes and pretended to be deaf and mute. If one observed them carefully, one would discover that the blue veins on their foreheads were throbbing, which indicated that they were on the verge of going berserk. Even though the 3 shopkeepers didn't like Su Yu, they still didn't try to stop him. Yu Linglong's pretty eyes swept over Su Yu, while a faint smile appeared on her face. Her impression of him had changed greatly. It seemed like if no one provoked him, he wouldn't bother provoking anyone. But, if someone provoked him, he wouldn't spare them. It seemed like the conflict between him and Fei Hang was caused by Fei Hang's forceful suppression. As for Lin Ming, it was because he didn't like Su Yu, so he took the initiative to provoke him. It seemed like this guy was quite interesting. Yu Linglong's favorable impression of Su Yu increased greatly, and as she looked at Hu Wangui and the other 2 people, who were being scolded like cowards, she couldn't help but feel delighted. The anger she felt from Su Yu's sarcasm disappeared. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, several beautiful female attendants came in and greeted them. Dear sellers, the auction will start shortly. Please follow us. When Hu Wangui opened his eyes, a wisp of killing intent shot out of them, and he looked at Su Yu. The 2 people next to him heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had just been relieved of a heavy burden. After all, that old thing was too troublesome to deal with. The 3 shopkeepers stood up one after another. As for Su Yu, he took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and followed them out of the resting room. They were led to the auction site by the female attendants. The auction still hadn't started officially, so only the owners of the items were present. Of course, there were also many owners of the items who didn't want to expose their identities, so they pretended to be guests and entered the auction site. In fact, the owners of the items weren't limited to just the 7 of them. They stopped in front of a flight of stairs, which led to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was the VIP lounge, and only people with great statuses could enter it. There were only 9 VIP lounges in total. Hu Wangui looked at Su Yu coldly and said, "It seems like we will have to separate here for the time being. But, you should remember that this isn't over between us." An odd look appeared on Su Yu's face. Why would we separate for the time being? Chapter 866. Su Yu stroked his chin and let out a hollow laugh, but didn't say anything. Yu Linglong rolled her eyes and flashed a smile at Su Yu, revealing her white teeth. If you don't mind, you can share a VIP room with me. You can have a clearer view of the auction house from the VIP room, and it's very quiet and comfortable. You can also avoid being seen by people with ill intentions, and you can avoid being targeted because you're afraid that the items you're selling are too precious. Su Yu smiled. Shopkeeper Yu, thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Huang Gui mocked him at the right time. Even if you let him go up there, he won't be able to enjoy such a good fortune. As he spoke, he glared at the maids. Why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to lead us to the VIP room? The maids didn't dare to offend him. Yes, sir. Please show me your VIP cards first, and I'll lead you up according to the order of your cards. Even the VIP rooms were divided into different levels. The closer to the front of the room was, the better the location, and the more luxurious the service inside was. Entering a VIP room didn't mean that everyone was on equal footing, and the difference in status could be seen from the order in which they were seated. Huang Gui threw out his VIP card and glanced at the people present in disdain. Do you still need to look? Of course, you'll lead me up first. The maid replied cautiously, still looking at everyone's VIP cards, but not at Su Yu's. She probably knew that Su Yu didn't have a VIP card. Upon seeing this, Huang Gui sneered. Even a little maid knows what kind of person you are. Hee hee. However, before he could finish speaking, the maid came up to Su Yu with a smile. You must be old Mr. Su. Please come with me. The second VIP room is already prepared, and it's waiting for your arrival. Not only Huang Gui and his two companions were surprised by this scene, but even Yu Linglong and the other two were astonished. Fei Hang's face fell. What do you mean? How can a martial artist who doesn't even have a VIP card be ranked in front of me? His VIP card was marked with the number 7, and he was in the 7th VIP room, which was a far cry from Su Yu's second VIP room. Huang Gui's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, Are you trying to fool me? Is the Red Blood Palace's auction house's VIP room so worthless that anyone can go there? The maid wore a faint smile and said respectfully, Sirs, please calm down. You might not know this, but Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of our Red Blood Palace's auction house. The cabinet master has already instructed us, so you don't need to verify your VIP card. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. A distinguished guest of the auction house? The shopkeeper of a small pill store? They couldn't understand, especially Fei Hang. As the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store, he was the leader of all the elixir stores. However, in the end, he was suppressed by the shopkeeper of a small elixir store. This was extremely difficult for him to believe. Huang Gui couldn't understand this matter, and he wondered, what kind of ability did this level 3 fairy realm old man possess to become the auction house's distinguished guest? Moreover, it was a supreme grade VIP. Today was the day that the deputy general manager personally came, which was why the number 1 VIP room was empty and left for him. If it wasn't for that, the number 1 ghost soldier would have been in the hands of the old man in front of him. Su Yu chuckled leisurely, cupped his fists at Yu Linglong, and took the lead to go upstairs. When he entered the VIP room, he found that there were already several beautiful maids waiting inside, ready to obey Su Yu's orders at any time. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious, and it was all inlaid with precious materials. A giant crystal glass was hung on the wall of the room, and through it, one could see every corner of the auction house below. As for the situation inside the room, it was impossible to see through it from the outside. This was to ensure that no one would notice the distinguished guest's true appearance. Su Yu was quite satisfied with this. He casually grabbed a precious spiritual fruit and waited patiently for the auction to begin. After half an hour, the auction finally began, and a large number of guests entered the auction house one after another. Several thousand seats were immediately filled up in just a few minutes. Most of them had come for the items that Huang Gui and his two companions wanted to auction. All of them knew that this was a competition between the Central Prefecture and the Red Blood Palace, and whoever had the last laugh would be the winner. Of course, what they wanted to see the most was how extraordinary the 3 items were, and why the Central Prefecture's influences would be so arrogant as to deliberately choose the Red Blood Palace's auction house. Time elapsed slowly, and it was only when the whole place was packed with people that an auctioneer, who was past his 60s, finally arrived. "Sirs, I will be in charge of this auction." The old man wore a benevolent expression as he walked onto the stage with a smile. When he appeared, a commotion broke out among the people below the stage. "What? It's unexpectedly Master Gao. Didn't I hear that he has already retired and is only in charge of appraising treasures? Why has he appeared on the stage again?" "That's right. Master Gao is one of the best treasure appraisers in Tianya City, and he's the only place in the Red Blood Palace that can surpass the Tianya auction house. The Tianya auction house's great appraiser is his disciple. In the past, the Tianya auction house tried to poach Master Gao many times, but he always rejected them. I didn't expect that I would get to see Master Gao's elegant demeanor on the auction stage again. It's really a pleasant surprise." "Hehe, if that's the case, then we don't need to worry about the authenticity of the items being auctioned. With Master Gao here, this auction won't be in vain." "Master Gao?" Suyu was slightly surprised, and he asked the maids behind him, "Who is this Master Gao?" It seemed like he was highly respected in Tianya City. The maid who was closest to him looked at Master Gao, who was on the auction stage, with a respectful look in her eyes. She then said, "Master Gao is a knowledgeable person. His cultivation isn't high, as it's only at the half-fairy realm, but everyone in Tianya City respects him because of his knowledge. Many almighty divine masters humbly ask him questions, and there was even an all-creation old monster who traveled 1,000 miles to Tianya City to ask him questions." Even an all-creation old monster asked him questions? Suyu was quite surprised by this, and he couldn't help but wonder, does such a person exist? Master Gao's research in various fields has reached an extremely high level, and is respected by everyone. Moreover, he's fair and just. Is he an expert in various fields? A pensive look appeared in Suyu's eyes. At this moment, Master Gao, who was on the stage, spoke once again. "Thank you, everyone, for traveling 1,000 miles to participate in this auction. I, on behalf of the Red Blood Palace's auction house, would like to welcome all of you." His words were immediately met with thunderous cheers. "Fine, I won't take up any more of your precious time. The auction will now begin," Master Gao announced loudly. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly as he thought. "The auction has finally begun. Let's welcome the first auction item," Master Gao said with a smile. A beautiful young girl walked out from behind the curtain. She was holding a red tray, which was covered by a red cloth, so no one could see what was inside it. "This auction item was received by our auction house 3 months ago," Master Gao said mysteriously. "I wanted to keep it for my own use, but the owner of this item only wanted to sell it at the auction. Fellow Taoists, if you are fated to see it, you must not miss it." The crowd immediately went into an uproar. What item does Master Gao want to get in private? Master Gao has extraordinary experience, so anything that he wants must be extraordinary. Suyu looked down from above and witnessed the entire scene below. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Master Gao's amazing ability, as he had managed to stir up everyone's emotions with just a few words. Even Suyu couldn't help but become curious about the item in the tray. "Hehe, I won't keep you in suspense." Master Gao grabbed the red cloth with one hand and lifted it up. A white root immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as thick as a pinky finger, and it seemed like the root of some kind of tree. It was perfectly round and full, and it seemed like a lump of jade. Many pairs of eyes below the stage widened as they tried to observe it. However, none of them knew what it was. "May I ask if anyone here recognizes this item's origin and use?" Master Gao asked with a mysterious smile. The crowd looked at each other, as none of them knew what it was. They were all martial artists with high cultivations, and those who were invited to the auction were all people with high statuses. However, it was strange that none of them knew what it was. Just as the crowd was discussing the root intensely, a melodious and sweet voice echoed from the crowd, "If I get it right, can you give it to me?" When the crowd looked toward the source of the voice, They were all stunned by what they saw. They saw a beautiful young girl, who was as cute as a porcelain doll, sitting in the last row. She was holding her chin with both hands, while her snow-white legs were swaying in the air. She wore a lovely smile on her face. It was rare to see such a cute young girl. Suyu also looked over, and he couldn't help but feel speechless. Gongsun Wuxie? Why is she everywhere? On the stage, Master Gao smiled amiably. I can't make the decision, but if you get it right, I can ask the cabinet master to exempt you from some of the fees. Gongsun Wuxie rolled her eyes and muttered softly, stingy. She jumped down from the chair and stared at the jade-like root. She licked her lips and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the yellow spring tree root, right? It grows in the land of extreme yin, and it grows by absorbing the soul energy of the universe. Hence, there is a large amount of essence in its root. If it is consumed, it can cleanse one's soul and increase one's soul energy by 1%. It's a rare treasure, and it has only appeared twice in the history of Tianya City. Master Gao was surprised, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. Little lad, who is your teacher? How do you know so much about it? Gongsun Wuxie raised her snow-white neck and head high, as if she was afraid that the others couldn't see that she was a proud little peacock. I'm a genius, and I learned everything on my own. Do I need anyone to teach me? Master Gao didn't get angry. Instead, he said kindly, Hehe, study hard, and you'll achieve great things in the future. As he spoke, Master Gao looked at the shocked crowd and said with a smile, that's right, this is the legendary yellow spring tree root. It usually grows in the ghost prison, and it's hard to find in the human world. It can increase the soul energy of the person who consumes it by 1%. I can guarantee this with my honor. All of a sudden, the crowd went into an uproar again. What? It's a spiritual item of the universe that can enhance the soul. The crowd burst into an uproar. They didn't expect the first item to be so amazing. Everyone knew that spiritual items that could nourish the soul were the most difficult to find, and they could only be found by chance. Now that it had appeared in front of everyone, it was like a fire that had ignited everyone's passion. Gongsun Wuxie licked her lips and said with a smile, this is a worthwhile trip. This thing can't be bought with money. Seeing that the crowd was excited, Master Gao announced, the starting price of the yellow spring tree root is 30,000 crystals. The bidding begins now. Such an exaggerated price couldn't stop the crowd's frenzied bidding. A spiritual item of the universe that could enhance the soul energy was definitely an indescribable treasure. The crowd was bidding crazily, and the price of 30,000 crystals soared to 50,000 crystals in just a few breaths. Then, a clear and proud voice filled the entire hall. 100,000 crystals. Don't you dare compete with me. Gongsun Wuxie crossed her arms in front of her chest and uttered a suffocating number clearly. 100,000 crystals was an amount that could tempt even the almighty divine masters. Suyu's eyelids twitched slightly. Does this little rich woman want to be robbed? 100,000 crystals had far exceeded the value of the yellow spring tree root, and the bidding stopped abruptly. In the end, Master Gao struck the gavel and announced the ownership of the yellow spring tree root with a smile. Suyu clicked his tongue slightly. An item that can enhance one's soul energy by 1% is already so expensive. Isn't my heart-refining mortal dust liquid even more expensive? Seeing this, Suyu felt much more at ease. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid's effect was much stronger than that of the yellow spring tree root. If it could be auctioned for 100,000 crystals, then the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's price would definitely be higher. The first auction item ended with a long sigh of regret, but the crowd's spirits were completely lifted. Master Gao was full of smiles. I believe that everyone will be more interested in the second auction item. A maid was holding a jade box in her hand. The jade box was the size of a palm and was entirely fiery red. It was an extremely precious flame jade, and such a large box was worth at least 10,000 crystals. Such a large piece of flame jade is indeed hard to come by. As expected, when Master Gao makes an appearance, there are no defective items, and every item is of the highest quality. The crowd stared at the flame jade, each with their own thoughts. This item's function was to nourish fire-based treasures, and its effects were very obvious. Moreover, it was rare to come by such an item under normal circumstances. The appearance of this item tempted many people. Master Gao glanced at the crowd and smiled mysteriously. I'm sure all of you can recognize that this is a jade box made of flame jade, and it's very expensive. However, what I want to say is that it's not for auction. The real auction item is a sand crystal in the jade box. The so-called sand crystal was a tiny crystal that looked like sand. Everyone was stunned. The flame jade was just an accessory item. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that there was indeed a shining sand crystal in the jade box of the flame jade. It was blood red in color, and no one knew what it was. Su Yu, who was watching from the VIP room, gradually changed his expression. Then, his expression slowly turned grave, and he finally looked shocked. He touched the space ring on his finger subconsciously, and his eyes were fixed on the red sand crystal. He was shocked. The Saint Blood Soul Nourishing Stone. The sand crystal in the jade box was none other than the Saint Blood Soul Nourishing Stone. Chapter 867. Master Gao, don't keep us guessing. Quickly, tell us what this is. The crowd's interest was piqued. If the flame jade box was only used to store items, then how precious would the blood-colored crystal be? When I received this item, I didn't recognize it on the spot due to my limited experience. In fact, I almost mistook it for an ordinary sand crystal and almost missed it. After that, I flipped through a glittering jewel secret book and found out its origin, Master Gao said with a smile. The crowd's curiosity was piqued even more. Grandmaster Gao's knowledge was profound, yet he couldn't recognize it at first glance. It must be an extremely rare item. This item has a name in the glittering jewel secret canon, Divine Blood, Master Gao said. Divine Blood. The crowd was at a loss. They had never heard of the origins of the Divine Blood. All of you might be unfamiliar with the word Divine Blood, but if I say another name, perhaps all of you will know what it is. Master Gao's eyes flickered as he said word by word, it's a divine crystal. The whole place was dead silent. Only the two words divine crystal echoed. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air reverberated in the auction hall. Countless pairs of eyes spat out blazing flames as they stared at the crystal within the flame jades, unable to shift their gazes away. It's actually this kind of thing. Gongsun Wuxie squinted her bright eyes and said, I didn't expect that a small auction like this would be able to produce such rare treasures that only appear in JoJo-level auction. This is something unique to the glittering jewel wonderland. Su Yu was the only one who didn't know much about the glittering jewel wonderland, so he wasn't too surprised. That's right, divinity crystals. Master Gao stared at the sand crystals, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. In the past, the glittering jewel mortal fairy passed away in meditation, and her fleshly body didn't perish. She was buried in the depths of the glittering jewel wonderland forever. Only her soul was destroyed, and it turned into numerous divine crystals, which were scattered all over the glittering jewel wonderland. The divine crystal is the glittering jewel mortal fairy's godly soul. It is said that the glittering jewel mortal fairy's godly soul contains all the thoughts she had when she was alive, including all the martial arts she had learned in her life. Obtaining a divine crystal was equivalent to obtaining a portion of the glittering jewel mortal fairy's inheritance. I don't need to explain its value. I'm sure all of you understand, right? The eyes of the crowd below the stage were bloodshot. They had long since become bloodshot. The glittering jewel mortal fairy was the JoJo Empress of a generation. She had once suppressed the kings and unified the JoJo Empress. His battle prowess had long since surpassed all the kings, and he had reached a mysterious and unfathomable realm. Some said that she had already become an immortal. His lifespan surpassed the ages, almost as long as the heavens. Her eyes had witnessed the rise and fall of the continent, the fall and birth of the kings of the 9 states, and the rise and fall of the human race. It could be said that she was the guardian of the 9 states. Such a transcendent emperor had passed away hundreds of years ago. His spirit had dispersed between heaven and earth, and his body had been buried in the depths of the glittering jewel wonderland. The glittering jewel wonderland had become the holy land of martial arts in the eyes of the JoJo humans. The legacy of the glittering jewel mortal fairy was stored there. Everyone wanted to enter and obtain fortuitous encounters. From there, they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate and roaming the 9 heavens. 100 years ago, a newly promoted king, the lifeless Sword State's king, had obtained a legacy in the glittering jewel wonderland. That was how he had managed to cultivate to the transformative state and establish his status as a king. Now, 100 years had passed, and the glittering jewel wonderland's gate was about to open once again. It attracted the attention of all of Jojo's living beings. Now, a sand crystal, which probably contained the glittering jewel mortal fairy's legacy, had appeared in front of everyone without any warning. Such a shock was no less than an earthquake. Does the Red Blood Palace's auction house have such an item? Hu Wangue, who was in the VIP building, couldn't help but ask. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, and before the auction started, he shouted, "The Hall of Celestial Spirits wants this divine crystal." The crowd furrowed their brows. The Hall of Celestial Spirits was really overbearing. Master Gao still hadn't stated his base price. However, there weren't many people who dared to object. The Hall of Celestial Spirits had already become the greatest elixir store in Tianya City, and it was backed by the Central Prefecture's factions. So, who would dare to offend it? The Hall of Celestial Spirits? I don't know it, but the Purple Cloud Palace wants it. A pleasing woman's voice echoed from a corner. The crowd was startled. Did the Purple Cloud Palace come? As they thought about it carefully, they realized that even though the Central Prefecture had come here aggressively to deal with the Red Blood Palace, it would still affect the Purple Cloud Palace's businesses in Tianya City. So, how could they not care about it? As for who had sent them here, they didn't know, and they could only discern that it was a woman with a soft and graceful figure. As for her appearance, it was hidden by a snow-white veil. I also want this divine crystal, so please give me some face. A soft voice drifted into everyone's ears, and it seemed like it was the voice of a fairy. It was extremely beautiful. When the crowd turned their heads to look, they saw that it was a middle-aged woman. She had a beautiful appearance, a graceful and calm demeanor, and she seemed dignified and lofty. "Fairy Ling," the crowd exclaimed in surprise. This woman was none other than the Tianya auction house's owner, Fairy Ling. Even the Tianya auction house's people came here in person. Isn't this auction a bit too sensational? Someone finally noticed that something was amiss. Fairy Ling was a mysterious person, and she didn't show her face all year round. So, why would she come here just to witness the fight between the Central Prefecture and the Red Blood Palace's businesses? There must be something fishy about this auction. Her pretty eyes flickered, and she swept the 9 VIP lounges on the second floor gracefully. A mysterious look appeared at the corners of her mouth. The auction hadn't even started yet 3 factions with powerful backgrounds were already fighting over it. This made the buyers, who wanted to fight over this object, feel bitter. Even if they were lucky enough to buy this object, they still wouldn't dare to leave the auction house. After all, this divine crystal was much more precious than the yellow spring tree root from the previous round. Master Gao revealed a calm smile. "Sirs, don't be anxious. This is just a sand crystal, and it probably contains the glittering jewel mortal fairy's fleeting memory. She lived for countless years, and most of the time, she was in a meditative state and didn't think about anything. So, this sand crystal is probably empty, so don't get your hopes up." The crowd understood that this was just a sand crystal, and the possibility of it containing an inheritance was slim. But, even if it was slim, it was still worth fighting over. Now that we have finished talking, the auction for this object will start. The starting price is 100,000 crystals, and the highest bidder will get it, Master Gao announced. Hu Wangue's gaze became sharp. 200,000 crystals. He instantly increased the price by 100,000 crystals, and the other auctioneers, who wanted to compete for it, shut their mouths resentfully. 300,000, the mysterious woman from the Purple Cloud Palace said softly. Fairy Ling swept the 2 people with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, "You can compete over it. No matter what your highest price is, I will increase it by 100,000 crystals." Her bold and domineering words made the people present admire her. As expected of the Tianya auction house, She was really confident. No matter how high the price of this sand crystal was, it was just a drop in the ocean for the mysterious Chenya auction house's owner. The mysterious woman from the Purple Cloud Palace remained silent for a moment, then said softly, "You can compete over it." "I will withdraw." Hu Wangui stared at Fairy Ling and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Why did she suddenly come out? After Hu Wangui mulled it over for a while, he said reluctantly, 400,000 crystals. "If the price is higher than this, I will withdraw." 500,000 crystals. Is there anyone else? Fairy Ling calmly looked around. The crowd smiled bitterly. Who could compete with the Chenya auction house's owner in wealth? Master Gao nodded and revealed a faint smile. The price was 500,000 crystals, which was 100,000 crystals higher than what he had expected. Su Yu paid close attention to this object, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It turns out that the Saint Blood Soul Nourishing Stone has such names as Saint Blood and Divine Crystal. Its function is unexpectedly to contain the inheritance of Jojo's strongest emperor. This evil god almost fooled me. Excitement appeared in Su Yu's eyes, and he rejoiced inwardly that he had been careful and hadn't been cheated by the evil god of such a large divine crystal. Just a grain of sand size was worth 500,000 crystals, so if a fist-sized one was worth more than 100 million crystals, he wondered. Is it worth more than 100 million crystals? As he thought of this, Su Yu couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Division Vice Master Qi is really lucky to get such a large divine crystal from a muddle-headed inner sanctum disciple. Fairy Ling, who was below the stage, exchanged for the crystal on the spot and got the sand crystal. She immediately imbued her vital energy into the sand crystal without giving it a second thought. Although it only lasted for a short moment, Su Yu could still feel a tremendous amount of vital energy flowing into the sand crystal unceasingly. A middle-stage divine master. Su Yu's pupils contracted. This woman's power was too great. What surprised Su Yu even more was that even though it seemed like a simple infusion of vital energy, she had still consumed half of her body's vital energy. The sand crystal finally reacted, and it turned into a white radiance that entered Fairy Ling's head. It was only after a long while that Fairy Ling opened her eyes. Her gaze was still calm as she said, "It's really just a blank memory." Such a casual demeanor, it was impossible for people not to admire him. That was 500,000 crystals, which was the savings of a level 1 divine master for most of his life. Su Yu was quite touched by this, as he had tried to use his vital energy to activate the divine crystal in his hand, but it didn't react at all. Now, he finally understood why it didn't work. It was because his vital energy was too weak, and he couldn't activate the divine crystal and make it react. There was a great disparity between the vital energy of a level 3 fairy and the vital energy of a middle-stage divine master. This trip wasn't made in vain, Su Yu said inwardly. Now that he had found a way to activate the divine crystal, this trip was really worth it. As the divine crystal's farce came to an end, the crowd's expressions became solemn. This was because the main event was about to begin. Hu Wangui wore a mocking smile as he said, "It's finally about to begin. Our central prefecture is prepared to completely destroy your 3 great industries." Master Gao's expression was still calm as he said, "The following auction's rules will change slightly. I won't state a base price, but will take out a pair of auction items and introduce their characteristics and selling points. You can then bid for them freely." Upon hearing this, the crowd became interested, as they knew that it was time for the 2 sides to compete. 2 maids walked onto the stage and stood on Master Gao's left side. Master Gao lifted the tray in the hands of the maid on his left, and a golden claw, which seemed as if it was made of gold, appeared on the tray. The claw was extremely sharp, and it emitted a cold glint, which made people feel uneasy. Its whole body shone with a golden radiance, and it was quite unique. "You should all know what this is, right?" Master Gao asked. The crowd started whispering to each other and discussing this item. It was obvious that it wasn't a common item, but someone still recognized it. Could it be the claw of the golden-winged divine sparrow from the far west continent? TSK, it's the divine sparrow's material. It's quite rare. The golden-winged divine sparrow is located in the continent's far west, and it grows in a harsh environment. It's quite difficult to capture it, and it's quite rare even in the Jojo continent's provinces. Moreover, its whole body is an excellent material for crafting metal-based magical treasures, so it's quite expensive. The value of this auction's items is much higher than before. Master Gao revealed a faint smile and said, "Since you all already know about it, I won't make any further introductions. This item comes from the Red Blood Palace's Devil Treasure Tower. The Tower Master, Lin Ming, would like to use this opportunity to solemnly announce a good news to everyone. The Devil Treasure Tower has already reached an agreement with the Far West continent's most famous hunting caravan, the Heavenly Eagle Group. All the Golden Wind Divine Sparrows they capture in the future will be sold to the Devil Treasure Tower in Tianya City." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded and said, "If it's the Heavenly Eagle Group, then there won't be any problem. This demonic beast hunting team has a great influence, and if they agree to the agreement, then there won't be any problem with their supply. Hehe, it seems like the Red Blood Palace's demonic beast industry has made a good move, and they have hidden such a trump card. The Central Prefecture's people want to embarrass them, but they are just asking to be humiliated." In the VIP building, a complacent smile appeared at the corners of Lin Ming's mouth. He had secretly planned this a year ago, and he had been negotiating with the Heavenly Eagle Group. He had finally succeeded before the auction. He had kept a low profile, and even the Deputy General Manager didn't know about it, let alone some of the Central Prefecture's industries. They probably wouldn't have even dreamed that he had kept such a trump card. After Master Gao finished introducing his family's items, he started introducing the Central Prefecture's items. Hu Wangui, who was in the VIP room, wasn't worried, surprised, or frightened. Instead, he curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a mocking look. "You finally took the bait." Swoosh. After he opened it, a pair of golden claws were revealed, and it was the Golden Wind Divine Sparrow's claws. Lin Ming's smile disappeared, and a curious glint appeared in his eyes. What's going on? Why did the Central Prefecture also send a Golden Wind Divine Sparrow's claw? Is it a coincidence, or is it a conspiracy? Helplessness flickered in the depths of Master Gao's eyes. As an auction house, they mustn't inform anyone before the official auction, so even Lin Ming didn't know that both parties had the same auction item. That's right, it's also a Golden Wind Divine Sparrow's claw, and it's from the Myriad Demon Pavilion, Master Gao said. At this moment, a soft noise echoed from the VIP room on the second floor, and the room where Hu Wangui and two other Central Prefecture's people were seated opened slowly, revealing the three people's faces. Hu Wangui wore a smile on his face. "Sirs, I have to announce a piece of good news to you. That is, our Pavilion of Beasts has subdued the Heavenly Eagle Troop of the Far West. From now on, they will join our Pavilion of Beasts and serve us. Any Golden Wind Divine Sparrows they catch will belong to our Pavilion of Beast." Upon hearing this, an uproar broke out among the crowd. The Heavenly Eagle Group unexpectedly became the Myriad Demon Pavilion's subordinates. How did they manage to achieve this? So, if we want to look for Golden Wind Divine Sparrows, wouldn't it be better to go to the Myriad Demon Pavilion? The expression of the confident Lin Ming in the VIP room changed drastically. Impossible. A year ago, I was still negotiating with the Heavenly Eagle Group, so how could they have been subdued so quickly? Wait. You set me up on purpose. Lin Ming finally understood that this was Hu Wangui's meticulous plan. He had already subdued the Heavenly Eagle Group a year ago, but he had concealed it on purpose and secretly ordered the Heavenly Eagle Group to pretend to cooperate with the demonic treasure tower. It was only when Lin Ming was feeling complacent that Hu Wangui suddenly launched an attack and announced this matter. The Heavenly Eagle Group, which the demonic treasure tower had regarded as their trump card, was now subdued by Hu Wangui. What a joke! The demonic treasure tower had turned into a laughingstock, and it was the Myriad Demon Pavilion that had helped them achieve their goal. You are really ruthless. Lin Ming came back to his senses, and he almost fainted from anger. Hu Wangui sneered. Shopkeeper Lin, how can you say this? The Heavenly Eagle Group is my subordinate, and the agreement is still valid. If you want Golden Wind Divine Sparrows in the future, you will have to purchase 90% of them from my Myriad Demon Pavilion. The demonic treasure tower had imperceptibly become the Myriad Demon Pavilion's inferior shop. Chapter 868. Lin Ming was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, and it was only after a long time that he fell into his chair in a daze as if he had lost his soul, and he didn't utter a single word for a long time. He knew that he was done for because the deputy general manager was watching from VIP room number 1. As the crowd looked at the high-spirited Hu Wangui in the VIP lounge, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This person is really sinister and ruthless, and he even schemed against Lin Ming's Myriad Demons Pavilion. If the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion had only lost some prestige and lost some business, it would not have hurt its foundation. However, if he were to become the target of ridicule and become the laughingstock of the entire city, his dignity would be swept to the ground, and the consequences would be severe. If the 10,000 Demons Pavilion did not participate in this auction, it would be better. Yu Linglong and Fei Hang's faces unconsciously darkened, and they felt uneasy in their hearts. The already unconfident atmosphere of the auction grew even more gloomy. Hu Wangui had made ample preparations, and he had come prepared. They were tired of dealing with him. Master Gao looked at Lin Ming with a pitiful gaze and shook his head. He then announced, "After my appraisal, the 2 Golden Wind Divine Sparrow's claws are of the same grade, and there is no difference between them. The auction will officially start now. There is no reserve price for both of them, and the highest bidder will win. Ladies and gentlemen, please begin." Bidding for both items at the same time could directly indicate the value of both items in the eyes of the buyers. The Golden Wind Divine Sparrow had a wide range of uses, so there were still many people competing for it. What was strange was that although the claws of the Golden Wind Divine Sparrow were of the same grade, most of the buyers were fighting over the golden claws of the Demon Treasure Pavilion. The reason was very simple: they trusted the Heavenly Eagle Group's auction items more. Even with Master Gao's promise, everyone still held a grudge. Would the Devil Treasure Pavilion order the Heavenly Eagle Group to hand over the Golden Claw to the 10,000 Devil Pavilion? Doubt was the reason, and it was also the reason why Lin Ming was destined to lose. In the end, the Demon Treasure Pavilion's Golden Claw was auctioned for 80 crystal stones, which was a high price for a single demon beast material. The Red Blood Palace's Golden Claw was sold for 50 crystals, which was a very normal price. However, this was an auction, and the atmosphere was fierce. It was abnormal to only auction at a normal price. Upon witnessing such a scene, the hearts of the Red Blood Palace's related personnel sank. Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow of the Red Blood Palace auction house, who was in the first guest room, sighed softly. Lin Ming was too careless. He was speaking to the person in front of him. However, while he was standing, that person was sitting. If Su Yu had been here, he would have recognized him as the Deputy General Manager, whom he had met when he had first come to Chenya City. The Deputy General Manager nodded faintly. "Let's change him. He has been at ease for too long. He is no longer suitable to be the industry leader." Palace Master Xiao Yarrow nodded slightly and instructed his trusted aide at the door to send the message and give the order. Hu Wangui was quite satisfied, and he looked at Yu Linglong while revealing a meaningful smile. "Let's invite the auction item of the 4th round," Master Gao announced calmly with a straight face. At this moment, 2 women leisurely ascended the stage. They wore thin white gowns, and their jade-like skin was faintly discernible. The 2 women were beautiful, and their eyebrows were picturesque. Their amorous eyes darted about, and every smile and frown was filled with charm. Both of them were outstanding beauties, one in a million. Many pairs of eyes below the stage focused on him, and they were filled with passion. At the same time, everyone understood that the competition in the restaurant industry depended on the dancers. Judging from the appearance of the dancers found by the 2, they were equally matched. It would be difficult for Hu Wangui to surpass the Red Blood Palace in the restaurant industry. There weren't many beautiful women, but they weren't rare either. If he could find them, then so could Yu Linglong. Many of the Red Blood Palace's members were certain that this round would be a draw, and it wouldn't be like the Demonic Beasts material competition, where they would lose both in terms of manpower and style. Only Hu Wangui wore a mocking smile, and he spoke before Master Gao could comment. "Does the current Red Blood Palace's restaurant rely solely on women to attract attention? If that's the case, why don't you just turn it into a brothel?" Yu Linglong combed her hair and asked calmly, "Are you talking about yourself?" Huanggue revealed a sinister smile. He, I didn't say that I wanted to auction dancers. I disdain such despicable methods. As he clapped his hands, the Central Prefecture's woman on the stage took out a jade gourd from her sleeves. An orange-yellow liquid was bubbling inside it, and its fragrance permeated the air. What I'm auctioning is wine, not people. Huanggue smiled leisurely. When the crowd came back to their senses, they realized that Huanggue was playing dirty again. Before the auction, he had hinted many times that he would put more effort into the dancers' singing skills. But, when Yu Linglong found a similarly beautiful dancer, Huanggue said that he was just auctioning a famous wine. He even used this to tarnish Yu Linglong's restaurant's reputation. Such a sudden turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed for the Red Blood Palace once again. After all, 2 shopkeepers had successively fallen for Huanggue's tricks, and it wasn't a brilliant one at all. Hence, their impression of the Red Blood Palace's shopkeepers became much worse. Yu Linglong was still calm, and a crafty smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Is that so? It's really unfortunate that I'm auctioning not a person, but a pot of wine. It's a fine wine from the Lifeless Sword Prefecture's Wine Immortal. He has already dispatched a proud disciple to Tianya City, and he has become my restaurant's first-grade winemaker. Sirs, if you want to taste the Wine Immortal's fine wine, you can come to our restaurant. The crowd went into an uproar. Yu Linglong had actually held back a trump card, and it was even a trump card. Everyone in the world knew the Wine Immortal's name. He was good at refining all kinds of wonderful wines, and people called him the Wine Immortal. Ordinary people would be willing to sell their entire family's fortune just to taste a mouthful of his wine. Since his proud disciple was in charge of the restaurant, how could it not cause a commotion? What do you think? Shopkeeper Hu, is my auction item to your liking? Or, are you going to ridicule me after you bribed him? Huanggue squinted his eyes and looked at Yu Linglong. Hey, shopkeeper Yu, you are really scheming. But, do you think that this is all I've prepared? Huanggue's tone changed, and he looked at the crowd with a smile. My spiritual wine can't be compared to the Wine Immortal's wine, but the ancient wine that came from the ancient ruins recipe isn't something that a disciple of his can casually refine. The wine I want to auction is called the 8 Treasures wine, and it takes 3 years to brew a single drop of it. It's extremely precious, and just a mouthful of it will make you feel like a fairy. Sirs, if you are interested, you can have a taste of it. The crowd went into an uproar once again. The ancient wine recipe? This piece of news was like a bombshell, and it shook everyone's hearts. Master Gao wore a solemn look on his face as he introduced the 2 spiritual wines. As expected, Huanggue's spiritual wine was appraised as an ancient spiritual wine recorded in ancient books, and if it was consumed for a long time, it would have a miraculous effect on purifying one's body. Even though Yu Linglong's spiritual wine was pretty good, and it was rare in Zhozhou, it still couldn't rival an ancient spiritual wine. Huanggue won another round of applause from the crowd in the following auction. Yu Linglong's pretty face turned ashen, and she clenched her jade-like hands tightly. She wasn't willing to accept this. Hateful. He still has such a trick up his sleeve. She had already tried her best, but she still lost in the end. Huanggue was delighted by this, and he sneered. How is it? Shopkeeper Yu? I have already said that if you were to be the dancer, the restaurant's business would flourish, and I would surely support you then. Yu Linglong was infuriated. She had planned to take Huanggue by surprise during the auction and embarrass him, but she ended up being humiliated instead. She was quite annoyed, and she rebuked him coldly. What are you so pleased about? Among the 3 great industries, the elixir industry is the leader, and it's the most extensive and profitable industry. Even the combined profits of the demonic beast materials and restaurant industries aren't even 30% of the elixir industry's profit. This was the truth, as not everyone needed precious demonic beast materials, and not many martial artists liked to hang out in restaurants. But all martial artists needed elixirs, and they also loved them. Elixirs were used frequently and in large quantities, and magical treasures, weapons, cultivation techniques, demonic beast materials, and other things couldn't compare to them. They were the most widely used martial artists' necessities. The profits obtained by all factions took up more than half of the industry. Regardless of which faction entered Tianya City, they could choose not to set up demonic beast materials shops, and they could also choose not to set up restaurants and shops, but they would never give up on elixir shop. For example, the Red Blood Palace didn't hesitate to set up an elixir shop in a desolate place like the outer city, so they could maximize their elixir profits. The competition between the Red Blood Palace and the Central Prefecture's industries was, to a large extent, a competition over elixirs. Whoever could occupy a larger share of the elixir market would be able to get a larger profit. This segment was the one that everyone was most concerned about. When Hu Wangue heard her, he sneered disdainfully. Elixirs. Hee, how can trash like Fei Hang compete with our Hall of Celestial Spirits with his abilities? If he doesn't take out the blood cleansing pill, spiritual nourishment pill, or exquisite powder, which are 3 common elixirs, you should thank the heaven. How dare you place your hopes on him? Hu Wangue knew Fei Hang's character very well, and he knew that he didn't have any fighting spirit at all. Instead, he just wanted to keep his high-grade elixir shop's position, and he even cruelly exploited his own people. Even Hu Wangue, who was his enemy, looked down on him. Yu Linglong was indignant. Don't be so arrogant. The auction will still start, so how do you know that Fei Hang isn't prepared? Hu Wangue smiled and said, Hehe, shopkeeper you, don't get angry. If you get angry and harm your health, I'll feel sorry for you. His gaze seemed like it could penetrate the VIP lounge where Yu Linglong was, and he mocked her in front of the crowd. Shameless. Yu Linglong was infuriated. Let's invite our 5th auction item, Master Gao announced calmly. 2 maids went onto the stage, each holding a tray. The maid on the left side was holding a jade gourd, and the jade gourd contained a black and white elixir. The white part of the elixir was shaped like a divine dragon, while the black part was shaped like a colorful phoenix. No one recognized this elixir. The maid on the right side was holding 3 jade bottles, and each of them contained an elixir. When everyone looked at them, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Blood cleansing pill, spiritual nourishment pill, and exquisite powder. Aren't these the heavenly fragrance elixir shop's 3 most popular elixirs? Shopkeeper Hu, what do you mean by this? Upon witnessing such a sight, Yu Linglong was so infuriated that her whole body shivered. She clenched her teeth and glared at Fei Hang, who was in the next room. Are you crazy? Are you really going to use these 3 elixirs? Don't you have anything else prepared? Hu Wangue laughed disdainfully. Ha ha ha, it's just as I expected. This good-for-nothing only knows how to protect himself, and he doesn't care about other people. Yu Linglong's pretty face became fiery hot, and she became even more infuriated. However, Fei Hang remained calm and composed. Shopkeeper Yu, you don't need to get angry. Just let our enemies be arrogant, and new elixirs don't necessarily mean that they will sell well. The blood cleansing pill, spiritual nourishment pill, and exquisite powder are the most classic elixirs, and they are still selling well for a reason. Their effects are good, and their prices are suitable. Chapter 869. There was naturally a reason why these 3 elixirs could become classics and not decline for so long. Even if the new pills were superior in some aspects, they might not be able to surpass the classics. It had to be said that although Fei Hang wasn't a likable person, he had a good grasp of the market situation due to his long years in the alchemy industry. Fei Hang, who seemed to be the stupidest of them all, actually showed his hidden wisdom. The Great Tao was simple, and the same was true for pills. No matter how fanciful the effects were, it was still inferior to practicality to win people's hearts. Hu Wangue revealed a cold sneer and said with pity, "The times are advancing. Old man, you have already fallen behind the times. My elixir will break the classics that you are so proud of." Everyone understood and focused their attention on the beautiful black and white pill again. Fairy Ling, who had an indifferent expression, revealed a look of interest. This pill seems familiar. As the crowd raised their heads in anticipation, Master Gao finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that there is no need for me to introduce the 3 elixirs on the right, as everyone is already very familiar with them. They are the blood cleansing elixir, the spiritual nourishment elixir, and the exquisite powder. Their market value is 11 crystals, 12 crystals, and 9 crystals, respectively. Now, I will talk about the black and white dragon and phoenix elixir on the left. I believe that this elixir is an ancient elixir from the glittering jewel wonderland. Dragon Phoenix Spirit Pill. This pill was very common in the ancient era, and it was suitable for fairy realm martial artists to consume. It had 3 main effects. The first was to calm the mind and focus the mind. Consuming one before training would allow one to get rid of his irritability and improve the quality of his meditation. Secondly, the pills contained a large amount of spiritual energy, which was also useful for cultivation. Thirdly, because of the special materials, it has healing properties. To sum it up, calm your mind and focus, increase your cultivation, heal your wounds, and strengthen your body. Fei Hang's expression, which had been indifferent, gradually turned grave. The 3 effects were the blood cleansing pill, the spirit nourishing pill, and the exquisite powder. This was clearly a combination of 3 kinds of medicinal pills. Xiao Chen had heard of the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Pill before, and it was indeed true that it had such a combination effect. The pill recipe had also been passed down. After all, it was a common pill used by ancient martial artists, so it was easy for the recipe to be passed down. However, one of the materials, the dragon's beard grass, was basically extinct. It was impossible to refine it again, so he had never regarded it as a threat. What's the use of just one pellet? Fei Hang comforted himself. The extinct dragon beard grass couldn't support the large-scale refinement of the Dragon Phoenix spiritual pellet. Even if there was, the cost would be very high, and the advantage would be gone. Hehe, I would like to tell everyone a piece of good news. After decades of painstaking research, the alchemists of my Hall of Celestial Spirits have finally succeeded in planting a large amount of dragon's beard grass. In other words, all of you in Tianya City can taste the lost Dragon Phoenix spiritual elixir as you please, just like the ancient martial artist. After a discussion among the higher-ups of the Hall of Celestial Spirits, we have decided not to rely on these pills to make a huge profit. Instead, we will try our best to give back to everyone. Therefore, each pill is priced at 10 crystals. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Restoring the ancient Dragon Phoenix Spirit Pill was an extremely exciting matter. In the beginning, many people would be willing to pay a high price to try it. In the end, the Hall of Celestial Spirits didn't sell it at a high price like everyone had expected. Instead, it sold it at a ridiculously low price. Similarly, the blood cleansing pill, spirit nourishing pill, and exquisite powder cost 30 crystal stones in total. But the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Pill, which had 3 different effects, only required 10 crystals. It was 3 times cheaper. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a tempting price? Moreover, ancient objects had always been mysterious. As long as one wasn't a fool, who would spend the same price to buy the blood cleansing pill, spirit nourishing pill, and exquisite powder? It could be imagined that if the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Pill could be mass-produced, the blood cleansing pill, spirit nourishing pill, and exquisite powder would become elixirs that no one would care about. Fei Hang's hands and feet were ice-cold. This sudden blow made him feel like he had fallen into hell. The Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store had relied on monopolizing these 3 elixirs to become a high-grade elixir store. Once it lost them, it would immediately become a middle-grade elixir store. While the crowd was excited, the hearts of the Red Blood Palace's people sank gradually. The blow was too strong. From demonic beast materials to the restaurant business, to the most important elixir business, each one was more intense than the previous one. This was especially the case when the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Pill appeared in the end, which would have a destructive impact on the Red Blood Palace's low-grade elixirs. Although the auction wouldn't completely destroy the Red Blood Palace's 3 great industries, it would still inflict great damage on their foundation. It was easy to imagine that the profits of the 3 great industries would drop by at least 30% in the future. 30% had already deeply damaged the Red Blood Palace's foundation. The Red Blood Palace's faction would surely be enraged. The Red Blood Palace's people were breathing rapidly. They felt like the sky was about to collapse. They all knew that something bad was about to happen. Many pairs of eyes looked toward the first VIP room. A big shot was sitting there, a big shot who could decide the fate of all the people in their industries. Palace Master Xiao Yaro's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that they might lose under the aggressive suppression of the Central Prefecture's forces, but he didn't expect that they would lose so miserably. Lin Ming was teased and became a laughingstock. Yu Linglong's skills were inferior, and she lost. As for Fei Hang, his foundation was completely destroyed. His low-grade elixirs were completely destroyed by the enemy. The impact was so great that it could shake the world. From the outer sanctum disciples to the inner palaces Mo Tianxian, everyone would be alarmed. After such a major incident, it was uncertain whether they could survive the faction's punishment since they were in Tianya City's industries. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he held back his murderous intent and waited quietly for the Deputy General Manager to speak. The Deputy General Manager's expression was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. However, Palace Master Xiao Yarrow knew that the Deputy General Manager's calmness was the scariest moment. Hall of Celestial Spirits, Dragon Phoenix Spirit Elixirs. The Deputy General Manager muttered several names softly. Palace Master Xiao Yarrow's body shivered. He could sense the suppressed murderous intent in the Deputy General Manager's calm words. The Deputy General Manager's murderous intent had also been aroused. In other words, the Deputy General Manager's mind was also disturbed. The impact of this incident was too far-reaching, and it exceeded the Deputy General Manager's tolerance. When the crowd recovered from the excitement caused by the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Elixirs, they gradually realized the Red Blood Palace's people's emotions. They immediately hid their strange expressions and transmitted messages to each other secretly. Something terrible has happened. We should quickly retreat. It seems like the Red Blood Palace won't be able to handle it anymore, and they probably won't let Huanggue and the others leave. Let's get ready to retreat, as there will probably be a great battle soon. The crowd could feel the biting cold atmosphere, and a faint murderous intent reverberated in their hearts. Huanggue squinted his eyes slightly. Hehe, what's the matter? Are you unwilling to accept your defeat, so you want to silence us? Isn't your Red Blood Palace really worthy of respect? He wasn't worried at all, and he just sneered coldly. The more the Red Blood Palace behaved this way, the more delighted he was. Since they had forced the Red Blood Palace to such a state, it was obvious that they had damaged the vitality of the Red Blood Palace's industries. Their painstaking efforts hadn't been in vain, as their scheme had finally succeeded. Only a few people in the area remained calm, including several people who were aware of this matter. Master Gao was calm and composed, as if he didn't sense the murderous intents from all sides. He just finished auctioning off the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Elixirs, blood cleansing pills, and the other 2 elixirs. Many guests stood up and prepared to leave. After the auction ended, this place would quickly devolve into a battlefield. However, Master Gao still announced, "Let's invite the next auction item." The crowd was surprised by this, and they couldn't help but wonder. Is there an even more important final auction item? Fairy Ling pursed her lips, while her pretty eyes lit up. The boring treasure fight has finally come to an end, and the spiritual liquid has finally arrived. Chapter 870. He was puzzled, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, the outcome had been decided, and what he needed to do now was to figure out a way to escape safely. A maidservant with slender hands walked gracefully onto the auction stage with a jade bottle in her hand. The maidservant was beautiful and far more beautiful than the previous maidservants. Anyone who had participated in auctions knew that the closer it was to the finale, the more exquisite the preparations would be. The maidservant was one of them. Is this the highlight of the finale? The crowd hesitated for a moment before sitting down again. Master Gao wore a smile on his face. He didn't hurry to introduce the items, but just said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, you must have noticed that several items from the ancient era have appeared in this auction." Huanggue and his 2 companions took out the ancient spirit wine, the 8 treasure brew, as well as the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Elixir, which was very common in the ancient era. Similar restored ancient items were rarely seen in previous auctions, yet they had appeared twice today. Huanggue and his companions had spent a great deal of effort on them, and ordinary people couldn't fathom what they were thinking. Master Gao's words had a hidden meaning, and the intelligent people could sense it. They couldn't help but be surprised. Are the last few finale items also related to the ancient era? In fact, many ancient items were useless to modern martial artists, but they couldn't resist the temptation of a lost civilization. Hence, everyone stopped to pay attention to them. Master Gao finally said, "The next item is also an ancient item, and it's an elixir that disappeared in history. Now, it has been restored by an expert in front of the world. This elixir's efficacy and value far surpass the previous auction items. I can guarantee with my honor that this elixir is unprecedented. Ladies and gentlemen, please seize this opportunity and don't miss it." His words made the crowd even more curious. Master Gao rarely exaggerated his auction items, and it was even rarer to hear praises like unprecedented. The crowd stared at the jade bottle attentively. Master Gao received the jade bottle with a smile. Then, he announced in a clear voice, "I'm here to witness with all of you that a spiritual pill that has been lost for thousands of years is about to appear." Huanggue didn't take it seriously. What's so great about ancient items, besides some special ones? After restoring the Dragon Phoenix Spirit Elixir, Huanggue knew that most of the so-called ancient items were just SOSO, and they weren't even as good as modern items. After all, the era was moving forward, and many people were immersed in the glory of the past, so they treated the ancient items as myths. The value of the so-called ancient objects could only be determined by looking at the specific object. He didn't quite believe it. Coincidentally, there was another ancient item tonight. This pill was a famous spiritual item even in ancient times. No amount of money could buy it. Master Gao couldn't help but look excited. He then said, "I have been appraising treasures all my life, and I will never forget any treasure that is of great significance that transcends time. If this recovery elixir can be popularized and refined on a large scale, it will be of great significance to Qianya City, to the blessed and heavenly lands, to the Jojo continent, and to the entire human race. In this old man's heart, he can be ranked in the top 5. The premise was that this item could be promoted on a large scale. If there were only 1 or 2 copies, then it would be like a spray in a 10,000-mile-long river. It wouldn't be of any use to the entire human race. The significance of transcending the era. The audience's spirit was shaken, and even Huanggue couldn't help but curb his contemptuous look. He started pondering Master Gao's words earnestly. For someone like Grandmaster Gao to be able to say that it was a treasure that transcended time, how important was it? The crowd's emotions were stirred to the extreme, and they all longed to know the true nature of this item. Master Gao had achieved his goal, and he chuckled before he finally announced, "Anyone who studies elixirs shouldn't be unfamiliar with this item. It's the heart-refining mortal dust liquid." Master Gao used his vital energy to turn the 5 words heart-refining mortal dust liquid into sound waves, and they reverberated in the large auction hall, reverberating in everyone's ears. Most people didn't recognize it, but a few of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Huanggue's expression changed from calm to shock, from shock to astonishment, from astonishment to astonishment, and from astonishment to intense doubt. He felt as if a great wave had formed in his heart, and it was to the extent that he could even hear the thumping sound of his own heart. Being in the elixir industry, how could he not know about the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? It was an ancient elixir that was famous throughout ancient times, and it was regrettable to people today. It was the only spirit-level elixir that could enhance one's soul energy. According to the definition, soul energy was a privilege that belonged to a small number of people with innate soul talents. They had stronger soul energy, so they could cultivate secret soul techniques and advance to the level of alchemy master. In fact, because of their powerful souls, they could cultivate to the level of a divine master a step earlier than ordinary people and break through to the level of an almighty divine master. Vital energy was no longer the deciding factor in breaking through to the almighty divine master realm. What mattered was the soul energy. If one's soul energy couldn't reach the level required to break through to the almighty divine master realm, he would be stuck in a bottleneck forever. Countless martial artists were stuck at the level 9 fairy realm, and they had to search everywhere for ways to enhance their soul energy. They had to endure the pain amidst the raging flames, and they had to sever their soul energy. They had to experience all kinds of unimaginable pain in order to stimulate the enhancement of their soul energy. Those who had great influences might be able to find rare treasures like the yellow spring tree root and advance easily, but most of them would have to go through the pain of metamorphosis. It could be said that the loss of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had caused the progress of the human martial artists to stagnate. In ancient times, when martial artists cultivated to the level 9 fairy realm, they could easily break through to the almighty divine master realm. However, people nowadays had to go through unbearable pain in order to achieve it. If this elixir really reappeared in the world, it would be as Master Gao had said, and it would have a significance that transcended the era. All of the people present would witness the appearance of this miracle that transcended the era. What? The graceful and mysterious woman from the Purple Cloud Palace stood up abruptly and cried out in surprise. Fairy Ling's eyes shone brightly. She narrowed her eyes and scanned the guest rooms on the second floor. Lin Ming, Yu Linglong, Fei Hang, and Hu Wanggui had all spoken and shown their elixirs, so they were not the owners of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. In the end, there were only 2 guest rooms left. One of them was the first guest room, which belonged to the Deputy General Manager and Palace Master Xiao Yao. As for the last guest room, it had been quiet all this time, and the person inside had not revealed himself. Fairy Ling's gaze finally fixed on this secret room, and it continued to flicker brightly. Under the gazes of a few people who were shocked, and most of them were confused, Master Gao suppressed his excitement and laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't I ask Fairy Ling to explain the magical effects of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? Fairy Ling frowned slightly. She had no choice but to stop staring at the second guest room. It was obvious that her unusual behavior had alerted the Red Blood Palace's auction house. They were not willing to let Fairy Ling, their business rival, track down the owner of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Although, with her background, she would find out sooner or later, and they could only delay it for a while. Everyone looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman, who was also a mysterious and noble woman. Although Fairy Ling was reluctant, she had no choice but to introduce it angrily in front of everyone. It has 2 effects. It can increase one's cultivation base, and she was already a level 5 almighty divine master, so the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was no longer attractive to her.